Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to February's Planning West Committee meeting. My name is Simon Coles and I chair this particular. We are not expecting a fire drill today, so if the alarm sounds, please leave the building by the indicated fire exit doors and make your way to outside the court, the law court. This meeting is being recorded and will be streamed to YouTube. Therefore, any members of the public present should be aware that they may be recorded even if they are not participating in the meeting. If this causes you any concern, can you please let me know now? Okay, I do need to highlight a couple of items. There was a supplement sheet, update sheet published on agenda item 6, which is application number 19/27/007, which on Tuesday the 14th of February. There's an update sheet printed in front of you for application 3819/0129. There is a late letter printed in front of you from RMP Gideon Amos. This will be referenced by the public speakers in the application 38/19/0129. Moving on, are there any apologies, Josh?
Thank you, Chair. No, I've had no apologies, but I can see that Councillor Dave Mansell and Councillor Reginald Wood are in the room.
Okay, well, right. Item 2 on our agenda is the minutes from the meeting of the 17th of December. Committee, is it your wish that I sign those as a true record of that meeting? Proposer, please. Thank you. Seconder. Thank you. And those in favour? Unanimous. Excellent. That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, declarations of interest. Well, I'll start the ball rolling. I've had a number of phone calls from various people on most of the items on our agenda today. I've not discussed anything in any detail nor expressed an opinion. I believe also that other people have tried to get hold of me but haven't managed to get hold of me, and they're not that difficult to get hold of, so I'm not able to comment on anything they might have said. I know, are there any other declarations? Nick, use your mic.
Yes, I had a phone call from someone about planning application 3819/0129, but I didn't discuss anything.
Okay, fine. Thank you for that. Andy?
Yes, I also had a phone call yesterday regarding that application, which I didn't discuss at all. Also on item 7, I'm going to declare a predetermination, so I shall have my 3 minutes and then leave the room.
Fine, thank you. Stay local, we'll bring you back in afterwards. Okay. Caro?
Yeah, just to declare that I'm obviously married to somebody who's put in the Gideon Amos MP who's made a submission about 3819/0129. I also had a phone call last night from one of the developer people in relation to that, but I was very clear that I was keeping my powder dry.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for that. Norman?
Yes, over the years, so to speak, I've attended numerous meetings, parish councils, etc. Listened to the views. I've not determined or predetermined my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Gwil?
I personally know one of the people who will be speaking on agenda item 5. It's a personal interest, no more than that.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other? Rosemary, we're at, good afternoon, welcome. We're at declarations of interest.
Yeah, apologies for being late, but you moved the meeting at some point,
Yes.
because I've just been down to the old meeting room, the GMR.
Oh,
So I'm not a happy lady,
well, okay.
but it
Do you
won't
have any
affect what
declarations?
I'm going to vote. And
Rosemary?
no declarations.
No
I've been
declarations.
through
Okay.
the planning.
Councillor Simon, Andy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, application number 5, like everyone else, I've had a phone call and I know the applicant for 6 through the years. He built a house for me years ago, but that's what I haven't discussed anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
I feel rather hurt, Mr. Chairman, that I haven't received a phone call in respect to item 5. However,
Join the club, I haven't either. so-
I think I received an email about it, which I have duly read, but other than that, I've no further interest.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mansell. Bolton, David.
Thank you. Sorry for being late. I too received a phone call. I actually declined to engage in conversation, but it was clearly to do with one of the applications. I had an email. I will actually say I didn't really have time to pay a lot of attention, but I've looked at the committee papers and that's what I've been reading. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Ross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We can give you a call, Stephen, if it makes you feel a bit better.
Thank you.
I'd like to declare, I did take a very brief phone call from David Wilson Holmes, I think on the Linford application, but I didn't engage in the conversation, reminded them that I am a member of the committee. I had a slightly longer conversation with the applicant on the Hatch Beach and development, where I did remind the developer that the applicant that I a member of the committee will express no opinion. I briefly listened to them and to be honest with you, I had more conversation on a personal matter with him.
Okay, thank you.
And nobody called me.
Nobody called you, right? It's a
Leave it,
small
mate. I haven't
exclusive
seen it.
group. It's a small exclusive group. It's Ross, Stephen, yourself and I. Okay. Well, that's good. Okay. Right. Moving on then. Item 4, public question time. There are none, but Gary, I know you want to say something at this stage.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Just ahead of the applications that you consider this afternoon, just wanted to give you a brief update on the National Planning Policy Framework. Members will recall that Alison Blom-Cooper gave you a more detailed briefing on the changes to the NPPF that came into effect in December, which had because of the change to the standard method meant that the West area no longer has a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore the presumption in favour of sustainable development, otherwise known as the tilted balance, applies. And I think as part of that briefing, Alison talked about how different parts of Somerset are affected by that in terms of how many years housing land supply it is felt that each part of the county had. So this is just a brief update on that really. I think at the time we felt that the West area had 4.11 years housing land supply. As a result of an appeal decision that was received in the last fortnight at Rooshton, the inspector gave the view as part of that decision in allowing that appeal that the West area has actually 3.1 years, so less than before. That shouldn't necessarily be given any greater weight than having 4.11. The key thing is being below 5, but we just thought it best to update you regarding that kind of new matter of fact really. We did take legal advice in terms of with regards to another appeal that's running at the moment, whether the council should agree that that is the case or push back at it, and the very clear legal advice was that we should accept it as it is really. So just a brief update on that, Chair, because it differs from the update that Alison gave you last time around.
Okay, thank you very much, Gary. Okay, moving into the agenda itself now. Item 5 on the agenda. Item 5 on our agenda. The planning application is 38/19/0129. And it's the land off Lingford and Taunton. And it's to consider the application for a phased development capable of being severed of 292 dwellings with associated access, infrastructure, open space, formal and informal, landscape and related works on land off Lingford Lane, Taunton. And the presenting officer is Paul Sherman. Good afternoon, Paul, and welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Yeah, as you said, this is a full application for the development of 292 houses and associated access, infrastructure and open space, including formal and informal open space, and related works on land off Lingford Lane, Taunton. And as was discussed, you do have an update sheet in front of you with reference to some additional reps we've received. They don't raise new material considerations and so on for you, and an amended schedule of conditions. Again, those amendments are fairly minor in their nature. To take you through the presentation, the outline.
Many apologies, Mr. Chairman. I thought I heard Mr. Sharman say it was a full application, yet my agenda says it's an outline application with all matters reserved except access. Stroke full application. I don't quite understand the distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, sorry, apologies. That's a pre-populated box on the committee timetable. And if you scroll to the end, it says full application. The outline bit should have been deleted. This is a full application. And the report should make clear also that it's a full application.
Well, I have to say that when I read through the report, I was working on the basis it was an outline, because that's what it said. So I will have to listen very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So the application site is shown outlined in red on the application. And you turn your attention to the aerial view on your screen. The site comprises these two fields here in a kind of butterfly shape to the north of a development which is currently underway. The application forms part of the Priorswood and Nerrells site allocation, which is allocated by policy SS2, the crawl strategy. And this is the final part of the development to come forward for planning permission. On your left, you have the red line, which shows the extent of the site allocation. And on the right, you have the concept plan that is included within the reason justification of the policy in the core strategy. That plan doesn't form part of the policy. It's to assist in the interpretation of the policy. One thing to note from that concept plan is it shows a new highway linking between Bossington Drive and Linford Lane and Cheddon Road, which runs from the red circle at the south of the plan through the yellow areas up to the north. I'm sure if anybody can see my cursor, but the back arrow furthest to the north on that plan is the junction of Linford Lane and Cheddon Road. This is the master plan submitted with the application. The houses are generally located and dispersed in 3 perimeter blocks, separated by fairly large areas of open. Those areas of open space include subspeeches, they include an informal open space, and they also include a new leap and a trim trail running through the central open area of space which runs east-west, and in the very northern area, an area for allotments. This is the building heights plan. As you can see, hopefully, the vast majority of the properties are 2-storey. There's a small element of 2.5-storey properties and a couple of single-storey properties. And the application sought to create distinct character areas. The green houses shown there have a character to reflect how they front the green open spaces. The red front the primary streets, and the orange and the yellow represent other distinct character areas. And finally, the blue fronts the primary access into the site and are designed to provide an entrance feature for the development. It's worth noting at that point that the council's placemaking team leader has reviewed the application and is supportive of the scheme and concluded that it's a good standard of urban design. This plan shows the location of the affordable housing units. Worth noting the application is policy compliant. It's delivery of affordable housing, and the mix and the tenure of units is to be agreed with the council's housing enabling team and secured by a Section 106 agreements. Final slide I think I have on the layout shows the external works of the surfaces. There's in the officer's opinion, a good mix of street surfaces to provide attractive and usable streets. And also worth noting in that plan, the dark green and the slightly lighter green to the north and east of the site provide a landscape buffer. These houses are the edge of the allocation. This plan shows vehicle connections. Worth noting, in reference to the concept plan that I discussed earlier, the scheme does not include a link through the site to connect into the rest of the allocation to the south. The scheme includes a primary access on the junction of Lingford Lane and Cheddon Road, and a secondary access off Lingford Lane. And the application also secures the severing of Lingford Lane, so Lingford Lane could no longer be used as a route through. And at that point, I'm going to pass you back to Daniel, who is here from the council's highway department to talk about highway safety, capacity and sustainability.
Good afternoon. So as Paul just described, the vehicular access is onto Cheddon Road on the corner of the Lingford Lane junction as well. The applicant submitted a comprehensive transport impact assessment which assessed 15 junctions in the area based off distributions, based off where people would travel to for employment and local schools, etc. So in relation to those 15 capacity assessments, none of them were considered severe impact in line with the NPPF. And in terms of the pedestrian sustainable transport connections, so as you can see on the screen, the applicant has provided a footway cycle track going through the site, which connects to Cheddon Road to the north, connects to Lee Road, and then Bossington Drive, Nerrells Drive to the southeast. That's all in line with the Department for Transport's LTM 120 Cycle Infrastructure Design Guide. On top of that, the applicant is to deliver a cycle track from Cheddon Road, vehicular access on the northwest of the site, to formerly Taunton Academy, now Pyreland Secondary School. So that's a cycle track, again, in line with the DFT's LTM 120 Cycle Infrastructure Design Guide. So that also falls in line with the local policy in terms of connecting our garden communities, Route 11, and the wider Taunton Garden Town vision to support sustainable travel. And then on the southeast side of the site, where the connection joins Lee Road, there's also improved cycle crossing across Nerrells Drive to join the existing cycle infrastructure that goes down Nerrells Drive, and also to Summer Lees Crescent, which is a cycle track that heads further southwards. That again leads to primary schools, including Lingford Park Primary School and also Nerrells Primary School.
Thanks, Sam. So, as is set out in your report, officer's conclusion is that while the development does not secure the link road proposed by policy SS2, the policy does comply with the council's placemaking principles. It complies with our Connecting Garden Villages document, and it also complies with the MPPF, which seeks to give priority to pedestrian and cycle movements. And in the absence of any harm arising from highway capacity or highway safety, officers do not consider that lack of connection route for vehicles would be sufficient to refuse the application. I'd just draw your attention to one point that's been raised in some of the representations, which is that the numbers of housing was reduced to avoid the need for a link road. That's not correct. The housing numbers were reduced to improve the design of the scheme. So that's just something I'd mark on there. I'll take you through some photos of the site. This is the junction of Cheddon Road and Lingford Lane in the location of the proposed new access. That's a view along Cheddon Road, looking from the location of the proposed new access. That's a view on Lingford Lane. You can see that part of Lingford Lane is void of development and generally rural. But further up Lingford Lane, the application site on the right in this photo, you do have houses fronting onto Lingford Lane. That's a view from the top part of the application site, looking across to those houses we just saw in the Lingford Lane photo and the houses on Cheddon Road. You can see generally two-storey properties ready in the area. That's a view across the application site, a summer shot, showing the trees in bloom and leaf. Yeah. So worth noting in that the level changes on the site, it's gently rolling. Another view across the application sites. That's an existing field access onto Lingford Lane, showing the mature hedgerows crossing the site. That's another view from the site looking towards the houses in the recently constructed development to the south. And I've included this, so the site is partially visible with long range views. This is a view from Hestercombe House, which is a grade 2 star listed property and a grade 1 listed park and gardens. And the development would be visible in these views, but you will see from your reports that historically we've concluded the harm to the setting of this property and listed gardens is less than substantial. And officers have concluded that the harm to heritage assets in totality is less than substantial, and that the benefits of the scheme clearly outweigh the less than substantial harm to heritage assets. This is a view from Lee Road looking towards the application site, and that is the location of the proposed path and cycle connection. That's a view of the existing public footpath where that comes out onto the top of Nerrells Drive, and the new highway works that have been included to provide the crossing. And that's a view from the development approaching completion on the earlier phase, and the application site is to the rear of that photo. So to conclude, the application would, in officers' view, secure a high quality residential development on a sustainable site with good access by sustainable transport methods with good access to public open space. It would meet the requirements of the council's placemaking principles and the other design guidance that the council has adopted. The development will not materially adversely impact on the character of the area or residential amenities, and the proposal would secure biodiversity enhancements and mitigate its impacts on phosphates and surface water flooding. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, now I've got a number of public speakers, so the formula for this is when I call your name, if you come to the public speaking desk, you sit yourself down, push the right-hand button, the red light comes on, and your 3 minutes start when you start to speak. So take a moment to settle yourselves down. And the first speaker on my list is Mark Dirk, please. Mr. Dirk. I say, if you come to the desk, get yourself comfortable and push the right-hand button. The right-hand button, yeah. And the red light will come on. Your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I live in Gooston Ford. This site should be developed, but not like this. Many objections are based on local knowledge and concern at a murky process. I strongly suggest that councillors visit the site and its locality before making a decision. Firstly, what is the point of a local plan? This proposal and report subverts core strategy policy SS2 and its link route, giving 2 access points. We are merely told a second access is not within the applicant's control and that there is not a mechanism available to secure it. How can this be compliant with policy SS2 as claimed in the report? The abandonment of the route is perverse and unsound. Nobody is aware of or understands when and why this happened. Planning decisions are usually based on policy, not on applicants' control or mechanisms. Just what's going on here. Second, placemaking. Vehicle movements from this development are central to people's concerns. The council's placemaking principles, which are a material consideration, aim for low car ownership and ambitious modal shift. 730 vehicle spaces fly in the face of this ambition. Why not use the weight of the material consideration to reduce the number of spaces and really encourage active travel? Active travel plus placemaking, a win-win. Better Bus Stop should deliver, quote, a non-car dependent development. That seems a triumph of hope over experience. A through bus route would help more and would, as would greater frequency, not just regularity as claimed. See the bus partnerships representation on this. The transport assessment strikes local people as complete baloney. This and the proposed Gladman's development will push traffic into town. There is no other option. It compromises the Garden Town vision. No assessment is made of lanes to the north. They would become rat runs to reach the M5, the A303 and other major routes. I cycle and walk these narrow lanes, no lighting, no footpaths and prone to flooding. It's an intimidating and dangerous experience. This proposal will decrease active travel options and increase danger. Recent council advice on development, withdrawn and refused around Cheddon, highlights the lane's unsuitability for more traffic. Finally, don't block future options. The core strategy does what it says on the tin. It's a strategy. This application seeks to build over transport options, including buses, for decades to come. Responding to the initial application, the design panel in 2020 recommended keeping an alignment open for future transport. Why isn't there a route alignment now? Options need to be investigated, considered and evaluated in the next strategic local plan, not compromised by this application.
Hang on. The next speaker on my list is Marcus Walker, please. Mr. Walker. Again, so when you're comfortable, press the right hand button, the red light will come on, and your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking.
Today, you have an important decision to make regarding the road infrastructure into the Nerrells 3 development and the surrounding area. The sensible choice is to reinstate the original plan of a road through the Nerrells estate to come out onto Bossington Drive. The exit at the top of Lingford Lane does not allow for easy access onto Cheddon Road and is directly opposite a blind bend leading down to Rowford. The road at the junction is surrounded by high hedges on all sides, and opposite the junction is a busy working farm. The building of 292 houses is not in dispute, but this junction, which may well be subject to over 2,000 vehicle movements every day, is not suitable as the only exit point from the proposed development. The increased traffic from Nerrells 3, plus the extra traffic which will inevitably be generated from the Staple Grove development of 1,600 houses plus, and the Gladman's estate on Purland Farm, will make the road into Rowford and Cheddon Fitzpaine busier and potentially more dangerous. This is highlighted in the excellent letter sent to you by the executive head teacher at Cheddon Fitzpaine School, in which she highlights the dangers which pedestrians encounter on Rowford Hill. The road leading to Rowford and Cheddon Fitzpaine is used by many parents and children walking to school in the mornings and back home at the end of the school day. There is no pavement or pedestrian walkway to allow pedestrians easy and safe access to the school. There have been accidents on this section of road in the past, including a very serious accident in which a child was hit by a van whilst walking to school, which required the assistance of the air ambulance. In the UK, about 40% of school children are driven to school. In rural areas, this figure rises to 50%. I think it's naive of you to think that the majority of children will walk or cycle to the Nerrells school. And finally, given the amount of concern raised regarding the safety of children and their parents attending Cheddon Fitzpaine School, by way of due diligence and as a bare minimum, has the case officer consulted the Somerset Road Safety Team?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walker. The next speaker on my list is Karen Kurt, please. Kurt? Thank you again when you're ready and settled. Push the right hand button, the light comes on, and your 3 minutes begin when you begin speaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can see from the volume of objections, as well as the numerous requests to speak at this meeting, combined with the concerned individuals outside, the public has strong conviction this proposal is unsuitable. A road connection to Nerrells 2 in accordance with outline planning and the core strategy must be maintained. A solitary access point on Lingford Lane is unacceptable. The name itself suggests limitations. Lingford Lane, a narrow country road, ill-equipped to accommodate substantial traffic, lacking essential road markings or street lights. The existing infrastructure does not possess capacity to manage traffic generated by this development. The community held a public meeting to ensure all views of residents were represented. 80 locals attended, all with serious concerns. These centred around public safety, connectivity and congestion. I question the public consultation on the proposed changes. Many attendees were unaware of critical details like the sole access point and the severing of Lingford Lane. The community expressed apprehension regarding construction traffic. Will large heavy vehicles navigate through Lingford Lane? If so, we are confronted with a recipe for disaster on that narrow bend, particularly given the poor visibility, which presents dangers even for standard size vehicles. Over 100 objections were registered against this application, not one letter of support. Objections focus on the elimination of the road link, suggesting if reinstated, the objection would reduce considerably. The developer may argue that the inclusion of the road is financially unviable. Two points contradict this. Firstly, when comparing total road measurements from the original plan to the current plan, the differences are minimal. The developer is constructing roads regardless. Why not ensure they serve surrounding communities effectively? Secondly, the original plan proposed 60 more homes, enhancing financial viability and optimising land use, in line with current Labour government policies. If we use open countryside for housing, we must ensure land is used to its utmost potential. Finally, have you received a cost analysis of the application comparing scenarios with and without the road connection? The implications for surrounding communities are irreversible if this connection is lost. Does the projected cost of the link really outweigh the benefit? If you believe, as we do, that you have not been provided with all the facts about this development, we would urge you to reject it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nikki Rees. The light is on, but the previous instructions still remain. When you're comfortable, when you begin speaking, your 3 minutes starts.
I have lived in Chenfitzpane for most of my life. I've examined this application in detail and it falls significantly short of expectations in key areas. Barrett David Wilson presented to the Parish Council. They blamed the removal of the through road on a ransom strip owned by Crown Estate. Why was this ransom strip not identified as an issue when the original plan was devised? The report states that policy SS2 lies beyond the applicant's control and no mechanism exists to secure it. However, the evidence presented today contradicts this. The map provided shows the Crown Estate land. The link was set across a minimal section of this. Crown Estate's agents have confirmed there is no record of Barrett David Wilson ever inquiring about this land. The Crown are keen to support infrastructure that benefits the local communities. It appears that the parishes and the council have been grossly misinformed by the applicant, and the council have merely accepted this, thereby closing the door on a policy compliant through road that would improve capacity. Council correspondence obtained by us suggests the issue regarding the delivery of the link stemmed from the S106 legal agreement for parts phase 1 and 2. This lacked robustness and failed to ensure the developer was responsible for the link road through the entirety of the estate. The emails state important matters may have been missed between council departments due to changes in staff. Why should local communities suffer due to the administrative failures of the council? Public funds are limited, but government is developing growth and housing funds to unlock stalled developments. Why not pursue these rather than accept a substandard development with inadequate accessibility in a semi-rural location? Neither the developer nor the council has completed assessments to demonstrate that the road is not needed. Lastly, in breach of the Town and Country Planning Act, certain documents were not available in the public domain. Documents had to be requested, including appendices of traffic assessments. A qualified planner has reviewed these and their report has been submitted for you. Junctions some distance away have been assessed, such as Tangier, while neighbouring villages have been overlooked. The report states the development would not result in conditions harmful to highway safety and not place unacceptable impacts on local road network. How can this be if appropriate assessments have not been completed? Do the council and the applicants genuinely presume all traffic will navigate towards the town centre? Those heading to Bridgewater or the M5 will use these country lanes which have not been assessed. I implore you to reject this application, requiring the developer and the council to return to a plan that includes the link road and supports our rural communities. Urban traffic needs urban roads. Thank you.
Next public speaker is Catherine or Kate Wilson. And the red light is on, so when you're comfortable and begin speaking, your 3 minutes start as you start to speak. Thank you.
Why are we here? You have heard the evidence from our previous speakers, our local parish councils shortly, over 100 objection letters, and the letter you have seen from our local MP. We're all saying the same thing. This application should not proceed because policy is being breached by removing a link road. By default, this will force unseen numbers of urban traffic onto rural lanes. No one here is objecting to the houses being built. This is not a NIMBY backlash. We are here because this application affects where we choose to call home. Staple Grove and Cheddar Fitzpaine have been my home for 33 years. And we are here because we are terrified that bad planning decisions will be made because you do not have all the facts. Why is there no link road? There was a link road in the original plans, but our evidence suggests that what should have been a robust Section 106 agreement between the council and the developer is not strong enough. It's too weak, much to the developer's delight. Compounding delays have gifted the developer opportunities to bury mistakes, claiming new climate issues are at play. And options to reinstate the original link road are blatantly being ignored. Finally, as housing increases, options to link up with future relief roads, wherever they may be, will be lost forever. Has due diligence been carried out to see if a link road can still be implemented? No, the report has carefully worded paragraphs stating there is currently no mechanism to secure the link, and also it is not within the applicant's control. But the evidence you have heard says otherwise. There is a mechanism available and it is in the developer's control to start a dialogue. This information severely contradicts the key objection response, section 12.35 in the report. What is the impact of forcing traffic onto our rural lanes? The application doesn't answer this. There is no information regarding traffic heading north. Shockingly, every single route out from Nerrells 3 development becomes single track at some point, either due to narrow lanes or permanent residential on-street parking. Why should this application be rejected? The guidance in the report is incomplete. It is not accurate and it encourages a breach of key policy. It omits vital traffic assessments and through careful wording, it suggests the only option is to remove the link road, but this is not true. There is an opportunity to acquire land and will make reinstating the link road possible, but this has been ignored. How can a final decision be made today? Please do the right thing, not necessarily the fastest or most cost-effective thing, just the right thing as if it was your home too. Thank you.
The next speaker on our list is Councillor Stuart Haskins, please. Mr. Haskins. Light is on, sir, and when you are comfortable, start your 3 minutes. Begin when you start speaking. No, you've just turned it off, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stuart Haskins. I'm the Chair of West Monkton Parish Council, and I'm also I'm Vice Chair of SELC. West Monkton Parish Council fully understands and supports the final stage of this development, but not its flawed highway plan. The points I wish to make to you today are focused on the detrimental impact that the proposed highway plan for the Narrows 3 development will inevitably have on the existing communities. Country lanes and the adjacent residential estates are all at risk, and in particular those of West Monkton Parish. The dwelling volumes proposed from this stage will generate between 1,700 and 2,300 vehicle movements each day. These are not my figures. These are the figures that have been produced by a qualified highway consultant. Proposed single point of access from stage 3 will, in essence, give only 3 options for traffic leaving the new part of the development. Option 1, and the most of concern to West Monkton Parish Council, is for traffic heading north to the M5, to Bridgewater, Glastonbury, Yeovil, and the 303. And we'll see drivers wishing to avoid the traffic of the town centre or Oakbridge or Toneway. These drivers will elect the totally unacceptable route through the lanes, i.e. rat running. The route via Lingford Lane, down past the school, Rowford, then through Cheddar-Fitzpaine, then through Goosenford, then Sidbrook, then Greenway, on into Monkton Heathfield, where there's 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction, where they have a choice of either going left on towards North Petherton for the motorway, or going right past another school and going down through to join the motorway at Bathport, Junction 25. Or, yet again, going through Crete St Michael, which is already having traffic problems and likely to have more when Monkton Heathfield 2 comes along, if they're heading for the 303 in the Yeovil direction. I would also like to add that in times of the M5 being closed, the road from closed around the Taunton, the aforementioned roads already see a significant increase in traffic in volume in both directions from West Monkton through to Cheddar. And West Monkton Parish Council has SID information to support this statement. These roads are country lanes, as has already been said, and are not suitable for the inevitable increase in traffic volume that's proposed by the highway plan that this will create. Add to this the problems that we already have of drivers speeding along these areas. Again, we have evidence to support this from our SIDs. For drivers wanting, is that it?
I'm afraid that's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Next speaker is Councillor Mike Batch, please. The light is on, so when you're ready, your
Thank
3
you,
minutes
Mr.
start
Chair.
begin speaking.
Cheddar-Fitzpaine is rural. The New Narrows development is urban, as was confirmed when the 2023 Community Governance Review removed it from our parish and gave it to Taunton Town. While the review left us in parlous financial state, the cloud has a silver lining. We no longer had to manage the disparate needs of a parish that was half rural, half urban. We could just get on with enjoying our quiet lives in the unspoilt countryside north of Taunton. And then a bombshell dropped. What had been viewed as a benign planning application in 2019 suddenly turned into a threat in its revised form. My fellow speakers have given you the details, so I won't cover the same ground. I just want to highlight the biggest mistake that you'll be making if you approve this application. That mistake is failing to give due weight to the most reliable evidence of all. That evidence is folk experience. By that, I mean the knowledge that comes from actually living in a place. We residents know what happens whenever unforeseen circumstances send extra traffic our way. It's chaos, it's bad-tempered, and it's dangerous. Your Highways Department and Planning Case Officer want to trump our truth with their version of reality. Thank goodness that we finally have the opportunity to present our case to you here today. You members have the flexibility and the responsibility to do what's right, even if that's not what's been recommended. I therefore urge you not to make a new place at Nerrells to the disbenefit of our long-established community further down the lane. A single access onto Lingford Lane will send substantial volumes of traffic along byways and lanes that are narrower than the roads on the Nerrells 3 development itself, but without the benefit of the footpaths and active travel routes designed into Nerrells 3. You can't hide the flaws of this plan by invoking climate emergency and garden town policies. The present and paramount need is the safety of our rural community. Here's my 3-point summary. If Nerrells 3 belongs to Taunton Town, then so does the traffic it generates. Bossington Drive and its Nerrells Drive extension were future-proof, specifically to meet the needs of full residential development along both sides. Our rural network was never designed to serve as a kind of make-do Northern Relief Road. The reinstatement of the original southern access onto Bossington Drive is the only compromise that will satisfy all parties, and that is the solution I commend to this meeting.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Paul Townsend, please. Mr. Townsend? Thank you. 3 minutes start when you begin speaking, sir.
Thank you. Paul Townsend, Chair of Kingston St Mary's Parish Council. I wish to object to the Nerrells 3 planning application on behalf of Kingston St Mary Parish. Our objection doesn't concern the principle of providing much needed new homes, but does concern the vehicle access to and from this development. The Nerrells 3 development of 292 homes with parking for 747 vehicles will inevitably result in a significant increase in car journeys. However, the roads around the proposed single access point are very narrow country lanes without pavements or street lighting and totally unsuited to a development of this magnitude. It should also be noted this planning application makes no provision for increasing the capacity or frequency of public transport. From a planning perspective, this is unacceptable as the planning application ignores Somerset Council's recently adopted placemaking principles. These principles require new developments to provide safe connectivity between rural communities. As currently envisaged, Nerrells 3 will do the opposite, making the country lanes between Cheddar-on-Fitzbane and Kingston St Mary and other rural communities within the Quantock Hills natural landscape unsafe for all road users, particularly walkers, cyclists, horse riders and agricultural workers. It will also negatively impact the natural environment and the Kingston St Mary and Hestercombe conservation areas. It's very disappointing to see that Taunton Dean's transport vision for Northern Taunton is effectively being abandoned. The adopted core strategy recognised back in 2011 that congestion was a significant problem and that local loop roads in North Taunton required to reduce congestion as part of the future developments at Priorswood, Nerrells and Staplegrove. The envisaged link road through Nerrells 3 is not included in this planning application, and once this route is built over, it will be lost forever. Traffic management for Nerrells 3 should not be considered in isolation, but needs to take into account existing and future new developments in the area, including the increase in traffic
from an additional 1,600 homes at the approved Staple Grove development. To summarise, you have the opportunity this afternoon to make Narrows 3 part of the solution to easing Taunton's traffic congestion rather than making it part of the problem. Please delay approving this planning application until an alternative solution is provided which effectively and safely manages the increase in traffic from Narrows 3 and future housing developments. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor David Fothergill, please. David. As you know, your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking, David.
Thank you. Before I came here today, I took a very pleasant walk along Bath Place. I'm sure you know Bath Place very well. It's one of the gems of Taunton. And thank goodness in 1948, councillors stood up to the plan to knock it down, to bulldoze it, to build a road through it. Councillors took the right decision. It's just a shame they didn't take the right decision with Lloyds Bank opposite. And that's the impact of the decisions you make. They are there. You make the decision, they are there for history. And here is another example. In the past, people in this room, I won't name them, but you know who you are, and many other people not in this room, the likes of Andrew Govia, Hazel Price-Hankey, Fran Smith, Frederica Smith, and giants like John Williams and also Jefferson Horsley, have stood up to protect the future of this road. This road has always been so critical to the future of North Taunton. They saw the importance of our community in preserving the Northern Link Road route. It was protected in Narrows 1, it was protected in Narrows 2, and it used to be protected in Narrows 3. And now you've been asked to throw that away, to endorse it being scrapped, becoming unavailable. Not just for today, not just for tomorrow, but forever. There is no going back on this decision. There is no other route. Nothing else exists. I don't disagree that people need houses. I don't disagree that with the houses on this site. But what I disagree with is the permanent loss of something which so many of you, of us, have fought to protect for so long. Whatever our politics, we became councillors to improve people's lives. The decisions before you today does not improve the lives of residents, communities, and the future generations of people in Taunton. The decision you will make today will be judged in history. So you will stand on the shoulders of your predecessors who saved Bath Place by rejecting this application, or will you be with those who knocked down 1 to 3 Hammett Street and built Lloyds Bank? That is the choice. Once it's gone forever. The choice is yours. Your place in the history of Taunton is about to be written.
Councillor Tom Deakin, please. Look, Councillor Deakin.
Thank you.
3 minutes starts when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Councillor Tom Deakin. I'm the local Somerset councillor for this area and also the leader of Taunton Town Council. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my residents and on behalf of the Town Council as well, who have both groups of people have submitted objections to the application in front of you. Thank you to everyone who's come along to speak and everyone who submitted comments. It is really empowering to see all those the community come together like that. I should start by saying that it's right that houses are planned for this site. It's been known for many years that houses should be built on this site and they are much needed in our community. So I'm not against the principle of houses being built. What I am against are two particular aspects that I don't think have been explored fully. The first we've heard a lot about is the highways element. It's inconceivable that this scheme has been put forward without a southern access route. The northern only access is, we've heard of the problem it's going to cause, and I couldn't agree more with public speakers who have spoken, whether that be extra traffic down Chedham Road, known for speeding and challenges already, extra traffic through residential areas, whether that be Lingford Lane, Farm View, causing problems for local communities there. Extra traffic down Dorchester Road, where parked cars are already a huge concern to emergency vehicles being able to get through. And of course, we've heard a lot about the impact on our rural communities as well. There is an easy solution to this. It's been written. It is the Southern Relief Road and Access Road that needs to be explored properly. The second aspect, which just surprised me when I read the report in full, is that the only school mentioned is Nerrall School. It also says in the report that Nerrall School has space. I can assure you that is not correct. I have residents in my area living within 100 metres of that school who couldn't get places this year. Nerrall School does not have space. That means that people will look to other schools in the area, like Lingford Park, or to Cheddar Fitzpaine Primary School. And very little mention has been made of the route from that development to particularly Cheddar Fitzpaine Primary School. And I think that's intentional. Have you seen those roads? Could you imagine walking them? Could you imagine walking them on a cold winter's morning with your child, holding their hand on a dangerous road with no real footway, no safe place of walking along a highway? Put yourself in that position. It's unsafe. We can't allow this to go ahead in the current form. Houses being built on that site? Yes. Unsafe highways? No. Putting our children at risk walking to school? Absolutely not. So please support our community, defer this application until further work is done to find out what's going on with that southern route, because the differences in information is quite staggering for an application of this size and this importance. Please, please do the right thing for our community and for the whole of Taunton's future today.
Last public speaker on this is Mr. Andrew Penner, who's the agent for the applicant. Mr. Penner? Good afternoon, Mr. Penner, and welcome to the committee. You will know, of course, that when you push the red button, the right-hand button light comes on, your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking.
Perfect. There should be a little presentation of 3 PowerPoint slides that I hope somebody can show or bring up to the committee members.
We'll start your 3 minutes.
We'll start anyway. Firstly, apologies for any of those who weren't contacted by our PR team. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. This application has been long in the making, 7 years. It's taken 7 long years to get where we are on this allocated site, an allocated site which delivers policy compliant levels of affordable housing, a site which is delivering nearly 300 new homes at a time when, as we've already heard, your land supply position is now 3 years and in many people's view, less than that. I must disagree with something that was said earlier by one of the speakers that the degree of shortfall is not material. In fact, it is. Many inspectors will tell you that when it becomes substantial or very substantial, that gets weight added to it. Can I just make a couple of factual corrections? It was mentioned earlier that the first design review panel, which looked at this scheme, commented about the link road. Well, it's first saying that the 2 subsequent times that this has been considered by design review, those design review panels were heavily critical of the inclusion of the link and the impact on the scheme. A further factual correction is that we haven't had any contact with the Crown or their agents. That's not true. There's a record of that, and that evidence has been provided to the council officers. And in fact, the most recent contact with the Crown and their agents, who are Savills in this instance, has been led by your officer team. Those are discussions that have taken place. There is a piece of land between the 2 sites that is not owned by us. Now, we've heard a lot about access, we've heard a lot about transport, a lot about sustainability. The key thing here is this site has been assessed in detail, including traffic audits. Oh, there we go, some presentation. Including road safety audits, again, mention is made of that. Oh, we nearly had the presentation. It was there briefly. Next slide, there we go. I can barely read that myself. There we go, I'm going to turn around. So as that says, 292 dwellings, a phosphate package has been agreed. We're doing the by off-site credits. Oh, 7 years in the making, I've said that bit. If you wouldn't mind jumping forward again, please. Next slide, if we could. There we go. This is the slide that shows transport links, in particular sustainable transport links, in particular footpath and cycle links. The red connections, the one along Cheddar Road, that's a new cycle route that links to what was the Academy and the Leisure Centre. the two red arrows leading southwards, they are providing direct connections to Bossington and to the local schools. All of the other blue arrows are the numerous links out of the site for footpath and cyclists. The black lines are the existing public rights of way. This is a site that is prioritised for active travel. It's not prioritised for new road building. It's prioritised to be an active travel-based development in accordance with modern, up-to-date policy. The decision to move away from the link road wasn't ours and ours alone. It was a decision based on detailed discussions with your officer team. I'm running out of my time here, but what I would say at the end of this, please, is the inclusion of the link road is not something that's part of this application. The application, if it were to be deferred, won't mysteriously suddenly include the link road. So I would ask you, please, rather than deferring this, to take a positive decision or a decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. Okay, Mr. Sherman, is there anything you'd like to come back?
Chairman, just one point of clarification I'd make in relation to the public speech, because we heard about policy with conflict with policy SF2. Obviously, plans have to be read as a whole and policies have to be read as a whole, and officers aren't of the view that the omission of the link road makes this proposal conflict with the policy or conflict with the development plan when read as a whole. So I'll just make that clarification. Thank you, Chairman.
My colleague's just going to go and turn up the volume, and I'll ask Mr. Sherman to repeat his comments. I'll turn the volume up. Try again, Paul. Yeah. Is your light on? Just waiting for him to do so, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. So the only point of clarification I would make is that in relation to policy SS2, you are required to read the policy as a whole and the development plan as a whole. And officers are of the view that the omission of the link road does not in and of itself render the application contrary to that policy or contrary to the development plan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Did you manage to catch all that, sir? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's the officers. Councillors, any comments or questions, please? Sorry.
Can I check I've got a few details right to start off with? From the proposed entry and exit point at the corner of Chedden Road and Lingford Lane, the section heading west along Chedden Road, so the bit heading along the top of Priorswood, I'll call it, towards Wellsprings Leisure Centre and Furland School. There's no proposal here to widen the carriageway there. Is that correct? The vehicle carriageway?
Yeah, that's correct. Just a cycle track and footway.
Okay. Lingford Lane is going to be closed off part way down for obvious reasons to stop it being used as a rat run, so nothing will be able to head south. No vehicles will be able to head south on Lingford Lane.
Correct. In terms of vehicles, yes, pedestrian cycles will still be able to route along Lingford Lane.
The traffic impact assessment upon which considerable reliance has been placed does not, as has been pointed out already, model the impact of vehicles coming out of the site and heading north towards Rowford and through the various lanes of Chedden Fitzpaine up to the Quantocks or towards Kingston. Is that right as well?
They haven't capacity modelled anything going north from the proposed site access on the basis that, based on their assessment model, only in the AM and PM peaks, roughly 10 vehicles are predicted to route going north.
Is it also right that if we work on the basis for a moment, and let's assume for a moment that the majority of traffic would want to make its way into Taunton, when vehicles negotiate that section, the east-west section of Chedden Road
near Pearland Farm, which obviously is going to require vehicles to stop and wait for each other, and then go down Cheddon Road. The impact assessment also hasn't modelled what would happen, for example, when traffic gets to the bend near the co-op, where there's often traffic, cars parked on one side and vehicles reversing in and out of the carriageway. The junction modelling hasn't addressed things like that, has it? I don't think.
The junction modelling looks at the junction capacities, which is sort of the industry standard for transport planning, looking at the capacity, not so much that friction of movement, but typically you'd expect that if there's a queue of vehicles and if a car's reversing out near the co-op, then they'd naturally just slow down and stop, and then as you'd expect.
I think I'm struggling with at the moment in terms of being satisfied that the transport impact will not be severe for the MPPF, is that as vehicles come out of this site, what they're going to be faced with realistically, if they look west along Cheddon Road, is a situation where they're going to have to queue to let other vehicles come the other way. And obviously in the morning, there will be vehicles coming the other way, for example, because we know that lots of people in Northern Taunton have to take their kids to school in Cheddon Fitzpaine Primary School, and they're not generally walking or cycling. So if you come out, if you look ahead of you, you're going to be faced with a degree of traffic jam, in which case the natural inclination, if you want to head in a certain direction, is, as has been predicted, to turn right, go through the lanes and pop out through West Monkton. And I'm uncomfortable with the fact that that reality, as I see it, doesn't really appear to have been assessed. There's a risk of sounding like just an echo of everybody else that's spoken, in terms of the fact that there's no question that this, as an allocated site, is a site that should be built upon. Yeah, anyway, okay, I'm just chatting now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm deeply unhappy with this. I'm at the point where there's no way I could endorse this in its current form. We've heard overwhelming evidence, both in the written submissions and today, of the really harmful impacts on highway safety. And just knowing that area, I would spend a lot of my time, disproportionate amount of my time, legging it on foot up and down Cheddon Road and going out. It takes me to Hestercombe, because there's no bus to Hestercombe. And I'm envisaging absolute chaos is what I'm envisaging. I'm envisaging real dangers for the sheer volume of traffic. If this is an active travel development, how have you got 750 car parking spaces, and they're all going to be going out at one point, heading down either a very, very narrow, dangerous lane where you've got people also walking and cycling to school and on and up, or Cheddon Road, which is a disaster zone anyway. I mean, it's not acceptable. I don't see how, anybody who knows Taunton wouldn't think this was a bit of a disaster. And obviously the provision of the Southern Access would greatly remedy that. So I don't understand how, just in political terms, understanding Taunton and how people move around Taunton and everything, how you would have been happy to jettison that Southern Access thing. So I think everyone is agreeing you need the houses. The only issue, as I see it, the issue of contention is the highway safety, the access, and the need for an additional access to avert chaos and harm, including to children. So to me, this is very clear. We would want to proceed with this if there was that Southern Access or some other means of alleviating the inevitable harm and chaos it causes.
Thank you, Chair. Divine intervention. It's affecting my heart monitor, I think. I think we're safe now. I haven't heard a single objection to this housing development actually being made. In fact, I've heard objectors actually saying these houses are required. So in my mind, there's only one issue, possibly a second comment. The only single issue is about the access and the link road.
I think that needs to be resolved to make this an acceptable development. And to make that acceptable, the only other confusion I've got is a confusion about the Crown land. I know that's not a planning material. That's the one. Consider that's the word I was looking for. But there does seem to be some contradiction. I mean, the parish council say they've been in touch with Crown and they've said they're quite happy to negotiate that piece of land. The developers have said they've been in touch. They've been in negotiations with the Crown along with our own officers, and the land's not available. So that to me seems a little bit strange that we've got two reputable people saying two opposite things. And I think that needs to be thrashed out, basically. It's absolutely pointless deferring this application because all you're going to do is defer the same application. If somebody was going to want to put a link road in, that would be a completely new application. So the decision is this application acceptable or is it not acceptable? And at the moment, I'm sort of bowing towards the not acceptable. I'm just trying to work out the reasons why.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope everybody can hear me. Yeah, not being a Taunton councillor, I'm quite intrigued by this, but I've pulled up the Taunton Deane local plan and policy SS2, which makes reference to a new highway link between Bossington Drive and Lingford Lane, Chedden Road, which is, I think, the main bone of contention here. And it seems to have been abandoned as a concept or an idea. And I can't quite understand this. It seems to be there's been some sort of agreement or whatever between the officers and the applicant. But I don't know to what extent it revolves around the so-called ransom strip. So I'd quite like to be shown on the map where this ransom strip is and how big it is. Ransom strips are a fact of life if you're a housing developer, I'm afraid. And they are part of a site constraint in the same way as drainage is or any other factor. So it's something they have to cope with. So if you take on a site that has a strategic policy in relation to access across the top of North at Taunton, then I would have thought you have to take account of what the policy requirements are. And if there are constraints that are in your way, then you have to make best endeavours to deal with it. And I haven't heard anything about that. So as far as I'm concerned, the policy to provide the link road should not be set aside. And if this application is deficient in providing the link road, which the strategic policy SS2 requires, then I think it is sufficiently outside policy parameters to warrant a refusal. Now, that's my general view. I have no doubt the planning officers would like to come back on that, and our solicitor may want to talk to me about that. But in general, because clearly the whole planning landscape has changed quite significantly. But if we'd been sitting here 12 months ago with a 5-year housing land supply, I think this may not have seen the light of day. I don't know. I mean, that's just a sort of speculation, which we shouldn't do. But inevitably, you know, the whole of the strategic development of North Taunton was predicated around having good transport links. This does not provide them. And I've heard what people have said about the options of leaving this site. You either go down Chedden Road and fight your way through the middle of Taunton, or you disappear into the bush country around the Quantocks. And so, oh, apologies, sir. But you know what I mean. We all know what rural lanes are like. And since I come from a rural parish, I do actually know that drivers who tend to drive in urban areas often don't cope when the roads are narrow and twisty and things like that. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't seem very sensible. And to hear the highway say that, I think that's what was said, that there'd been no analysis done of the northern route, I think is again something else that needs to be looked at. But I would like to know where the ransom strip is and where, because I think that's the nub of the problem here.
Thank you, Chairman. So a ransom strip is a strip of land between two application sites. So this strip of land, my understanding is, runs outside the application site. It's hard to see because you can't see my cursor on the screen, and it's probably a very narrow strip of land between.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, if it is little more than a hedgerow, and you know, you can have a ransom strip that's 12 inches wide, frankly. But if somebody owns it, you have to purchase it from them. In my village, Nataro had to buy a ransom strip from the council, which caused a little angst. But if they wanted to access the development, that's what they had to do, and it came with a cost to them. So, I mean, I can't imagine the Crown Estate is holding on to a hedge line just for altruistic reasons. I suspect they have a motive there. So I would think there was, in the words, transatlantic words, there's a deal to be done. And I think it's germane to this application. Thank you.
If Josh puts up the previous map showing the hedge, it might be of interest to those that perhaps don't remember the previous application immediately below. But coming up to that hedge, if you can get it up again, Josh, please.
One I just had.
Yeah, the one that you showed previously was the housing. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You will see that there is a finger of land coming up to the bottom of that grey hedge. That is the strip that was left. Yes, there. Go down from that hedge and follow diagonally down across to there, right? That is a strip of land that was left undeveloped by the previous developer because the section 106 wasn't word tight enough for them to actually put the road in. So the access is there right up to that hedge.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of other points in relation to the debate so far. In relation to 5-year housing land supply, we set out in the report that this is acceptable in any event and applies with the development plan. So we're not in this instance giving weight to the tilted balance or the absence of a 5-year housing land supply. However, if you take the view that it doesn't comply with the development plan, then the committee will have to make that balance. And we do set out at the end of that report. In the event that that is your consideration, we would also advise that any harm arising does not clearly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme. And then one final point of clarification in relation to officers' involvement with Crown Land and the developer. So I can confirm officers, not myself, but officers of the council did meet with the applicant and the Crown Estate. So it's not correct to say that the Crown Estate have had no contact with the developer.
That clarification. Okay. Hang on, David. Councillor O'Donnell first and then you. Okay. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it's nice to be part of this committee. It's the first time as Councillor. If you like what I say, I'm Councillor O'Donnell. If you don't like what I say, I'm Councillor Dawn Johnson. I've got two comments really. The first one was when I first read this report, I was very surprised that there was no secondary access out of this development, and I would like to have seen a link road. I think it's imperative. I think you block one entrance, what happens? You know, nobody can get out. Or emergency vehicles can get in if the entrance is blocked. I think every housing estate, especially up this side, needs two routes in and out. And I'm all in favour of a link road through. I think Councillor Perry is right. All that's going to happen is people will be queuing up at the junction to get onto Chedden Road, and it will be dark, and they'll be in a rush, and then they'll just take risks to go out and join the traffic. The danger to cyclists and other pedestrians and other traffic users along that road. My other point is I'm very underwhelmed and disappointed by the active cycle routes. It seems to be a bit of a lip service, and literally just to have cyclists and pedestrians join the main traffic. I would really want to see an active travel. The point of active travel is that you don't just simply direct cyclists onto the main roads, you direct cyclists and pedestrians through to central areas of their community where they don't have to access cars and cross roads and be part of the traffic. Whereas the active travel route directly to Eastwick Road, which is where the shops are, and the library, Priorswood Library. There's no active route down to there. Residents literally would have to go round the houses to access it. The whole point of active travel is to make life easy, and the point of building developments and building houses, and I can see we need the houses, and I'm not objecting to the houses. I'm not objecting to the fact that we're building them, but we build houses and estates like this for the benefit of the community. And I feel that the travel, the active travel, the routes in and out are not beneficial for this community here. That's me done.
You, Councillor O'Donnell. Dave Mansell.
Thank you. Right, a few comments, and I've been interested to hear the active travel proposals. I will admit I don't know the area well, so I feel grateful for the comments that I've just heard, which has outlined some of the issues. Clearly, there's an aspiration for this site to have good active travel connections, which I welcome. So pleased to hear that. But yes, they must connect up with where people need to go and take you the whole way. So if that's not being achieved, that is clearly a concern. I felt similarly about the bus service that's noted about improving stops a little bit distant, further away from the development site. I feel if we're looking to that to help people with their transport, that needs to be better as well. So was disappointed in that. The big reason, clearly though, the big problem with this, which we're hearing, is the link road. And although I am someone who's very minded to think active travel can achieve a lot, we also do have to be realistic and note that people are allowed to have cars and they will use them. And clearly this does cause problems to the north of the site. So having a southern access, from all I'm hearing, is necessary and is creating real problems by not having it. A couple of other things I think I should mention. It was the question of primary school places was mentioned, and I've checked back in the report to see what it says, and I have to say my reading of it again suggests that there is confusion on this, that we're not getting clear messages from people that primary school places are sorted out, and there does seem to need to be more clarity and possibly more contributions to ensure that there are places available. And lastly, something which I expect I will often raise and have already in my short time on this committee. But one I notice, and it's an application which has been had a long gestation, but quite some time ago, the council declared a climate emergency and adopted a climate positive planning SPD, which is not listed in the documents. I believe it should still apply and trust that it does. Nevertheless, National Planning Policy Framework policies are listed, including on climate change. And the national framework and our local policies do require reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And for me, one thing missing from this site, which needs to be there and should be conditioned were it ever to be approved, is that we need heat pumps for the heating system. We mustn't be continuing to burn fossil fuels with gas boilers, and that needs to be clear in the planning application for me. So I'd like to note that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've heard quite clearly that people are not against the building, and that's fine. But what we are governed by is the new NPPF. Came out in December, and it accepts that highways can be vision-led, i.e. you can dream up something, and if it's a good idea, you can go forward with it. It doesn't say regardless. It does put some restrictions on you. And one of the key passages out of the new NPPF states that the developer should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network. Following mitigation, if it was severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. Now, the developer may say that in this case, they've done the impact on highway safety. It's already been pointed out that some areas they haven't done it because they haven't done a report on the road out through to Cheddon School and out through Cheddon. By the way, with the recent rain we had recently, a number of cars got themselves stuck, including one brand new one that was a retirement present. Sometimes that road is impassable. No, it wasn't mine. But if we are to object to this planning application, then I think we should take issue with the last wording in that NPPF, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. Well, we've got a local plan to build 1,628 houses out at Staple Grove for impact. We know that Gladman's are going to have a go at building another 120 just down the road between this Cheddon corner and the school. It's got a nice crossing in it, actually, so that should be in their traffic management report as well at peak time, because children are going to be walking across it. So out at West Monkton, we've got about another 2,500 houses to be built. It's all adding to this scenario. And I would say that was reasonable because that is in our local plan network. In actual fact, we know we've got the next 1,500 houses from West Monkton waiting on planning permission at this moment in time. So I would say they have not taken into account all reasonable future scenarios. And I think that is grounds for deferring it or refusing it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I replicate what my colleague has just said. My biggest issue is Ashley Highway next to the capacity on the primary school. And I'm going to make it short and propose that we defer the application till a second access road has been established or identified on the site.
I'm going to bring one of my planners in because that's something we can't actually do, but I need them to explain it to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Wanted to come in as, obviously hear the sort of the views of the committee and the real focused sort of, aspect of the concerns that members have. In terms of deferring any decision on a planning application always has to be done with some caution because it could open up the council to an appeal against non-determination. But obviously, you know, we would sort of regather and kind of put a case forward at any subsequent appeal like that. So a deferral doesn't avoid an appeal. There's also limited reasons why you can defer an application. One would be if there's further information that you feel may be out there that might kind of make you happier with the application to the extent that you may support the recommendation. Now, I've been listening to what a lot of the members are saying. There's a wide scope. It's all transport focused, but it's a real wide scope of information that you've, you know, understandably flagged up. So there's not a real kind of focused kind of bit of information that might kind of turn the argument one way or the other. But if you wanted to do that, it's open for you to do so. Another reason for a deferral quite commonly is to visit the site if there's like on the ground experience and that you can see that may also impact upon your consideration of this. We've had, you know, local member kind of and local people commenting on some of the conditions and lots of local knowledge about that. So again, you may have to do that. Unfortunately, one thing we can't defer for is to change the scheme in a significant way. And that would be a really significant change to have additional access as part of this proposal. What you have to do as a planning authority is essentially determine the scheme that is before you. And this scheme before you, rightly or wrongly, has the single access. So I think deferring to achieve a second access would not be a valid ground for deferral.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to bring the solicitor in before I turn to the barrister.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, members. I know we've been here for a while now, but just to introduce myself, I'm Paula Goddard, one of the council's lawyers. I know you haven't met me before, I haven't done Area West before, but I am the usual lawyer for Area South planning committees. I was just going to follow on from what Gary he was talking about deferrals, and we've heard some mention of reasons for refusal, and I just wanted to remind members that with the change of the MPPF in December, the refusal reasons used to have to be clear and precise and obviously evidence-based. The new MPPF does say strong reasons for refusal, so I just wanted to put that in councillors' minds before you make any decisions. Thank you. Oh.
Before the other people started talking about deferrals, I was going to suggest the same thing, but I was going to suggest it specifically based on the need for further information for these reasons. We all know from what's been discussed today that there is a shortcoming, or there would appear to be a shortcoming, in the way that the impact of traffic has been assessed, in as much as it doesn't take into account the effect of northern journeys out of the site, having particular regard to the restrictions on Chedden Road, both immediately outside the site, perhaps most of all, and then others further down. Now, in answering in my mind the question that Norman posed from the MPPF, which I've got in front of me as well, as to whether there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or that the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. My current inclination, based on realism and knowledge, is that actually the reasons we've outlined already, that this proposal would have such an impact. And so one option would be to simply refuse the application today and to use those reasons if that's what people think. But there is a widespread view, I sense, that this development in a basic sense is a good idea. And it is my current thinking is that I would like some more information on this point and able to answer in my mind whether the impact would be as severe as I suspect it is, and in effect to give an opportunity to clarify that. But in so doing, what I don't particularly want to see is that an audit has been done by somebody at 12:50 on a Monday in locations which are not likely to be that relevant at that time of day. I would like, for example, there to be some reliable and objective source of evidence as to what actually happens between that corner and the primary school in Rowford, Chedden Fitzpaine Primary School. I'd like there to be some evidence as to what happens heading west on Chedden Road
when two vehicles come nose to nose with one another and can't pass. And then somebody with a bit of common sense then extrapolate what's likely to happen if the number of vehicles is considerably more, as it invariably will be at that time of the morning. Now, if I've got that kind of information and it comes back and says, do you know what, in spite of people's instinctive concerns, actually it'll be fine, then maybe we need to reflect. I've got a funny feeling that might not be the case. And so no doubt anybody seeking further information or looking to provide it from the point of view of the applicant might want to assist us with what other options there are for access which would make this safe. So on that basis, I'm happy to propose that we defer it. I prefer to defer. In the room, I sense that if this was to go to a vote on refusal or acceptance, I think I know which way it's going, but I feel that deferral is a more productive route.
Thank you for that, Derek. Hang on a second. Will, then Rosemary.
Apologies, I just wanted clarity from what Gary had said earlier. If we defer, we are looking for improvement to make the planning application that is in at the moment acceptable. Is that the case, or does it leave the door open for it to be different?
So if I've heard Councillor Perry's proposal correctly, it's to defer for additional information on traffic impact, but very much the scope of that additional assessment would need to be very carefully kind of considered. It can't just be a token, oh, this will be the, all right, and Councillor Perry's given us a good kind of direction of travel in terms of where that needs to be. So that is a kind of I think a fairly focused bit of work that could happen. Now, as officers, obviously we would engage with the applicants around that, and in terms of that scoping, bearing in mind the comments that have been made, it is then for the applicant to decide whether they engage with that process or decide to do something else. But as long as it's done on the right grounds, personally, as your lead officer, I would always take a deferral over a refusal, because then refusal just pushes everyone down an appeal route. And what Councillor Perry's put forward is the potential to, without, of course, any guarantee, but to look again at more detailed evidence about traffic impact. Yes, and just to put that in the context of, obviously the Highway Authority are supportive of the proposal at the moment and have looked at the transport assessment. So that'd be, you know, that's part of the kind of the context to this, just to kind of manage everyone's expectations.
My apologies for coming back again like this. So are you in clear language, sorry, plain English, I should say, saying that if we go back as deferral, that the developer could come back, having done its assessment, and say, we would like to change the plan and put in a southern access?
That's imagine. Yeah. To start with, that would be a matter for them, not us.
No, it is the option.
And they have the option of doing anything they want. At this stage, if it's deferred, they may decide to go for an appeal due to non-determination. Yeah. Okay, that is a risk. At the moment, we have a highways report that does not support what is being suggested in the room. Now, you can disagree with that. That's entirely within your remit to do so. However, we do have a highway report that does not support that stance. So we do have to be careful about what we do. Okay, we can't, well, I don't believe it would be safe for us to say we want to defer this so that a second route can be negotiated. I don't think we can do that. I don't think we should do that. So we have to be very careful about what we actually say. Okay, so we need some advice from our solicitor and from our planning officers, because what is being suggested at the moment is not the best way forward. It has far too much risk involved with it for us, I think, to take that route now. However, we're going to discuss this a little bit more and see if we can find a way forward. So Will, you were next, then Rosemary, and then we'll come back to the officers. Will.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, to avoid us sort of going round and round the houses, you've articulated the risks around a deferral, which, because we're out of time, we're on an extension already. The applicant, I guess, could put in an appeal for non-determination almost straight away on the back of a planning report where the officers have recommended acceptance and the highways recommend acceptance. So I think deferment, I'm sure the applicant's in the room listening to this as if he didn't know it already, I would say deferment is a significant risk. What I don't know is whether the officers would feel in a strong enough position to appeal based on the discussions held here. Mr. Collins can answer that, but I'm not going to press him for an answer because I appreciate he may not want to. On the other hand, if we turn it down, we will again be back into appeal territory almost certainly straight away on the back of a planning officer's report that recommended approval and the highways. But if we articulate the concerns of the committee as set out by Councillor Cavill there, about the lack of information in respect of the northern route, the lack of compliance with policy in relation to the spine road or the through road, then it may have a stronger sticking point at appeal. A dilemma indeed.
Much a dilemma. The issue you have is that we are here to determine the application in Highways Department. Highways do not agree with the comments that have been made here today. Now, if the applicant chooses to go for an appeal based on non-determination or a refusal, they are likely to do that, as you say, immediately, whether that's to risk, because we are supposed to be making a decision on the proposal that is in front of us. Okay?
I absolutely agree. Yeah. But I think in the debate, we have exposed a weakness in the highways analysis because of the northern route and the likelihood. I mean, there's only two ways for people to exit this development. Well, I mean, that's what we're here for, isn't it? To debate.
So, Chair, yeah, there are risks around whichever way the scheme doesn't get approved today. I'd say a refusal opens up that risk significantly. You've got the officer recommendation in front of you. That's a strong indication about where we feel we would then an outcome of an appeal would be. I don't want to say much more than that at this stage. A deferral would be more helpful. But just to manage everyone's expectations, what we hopefully would get from that is more information on some of the highway and traffic impacts that have been articulated through public forum and also by members. Absolutely what you won't get is a Southern Link Road, because that would be a different application. What you will have is more information, hopefully, to base your final decision on this application on.
See, yeah. I think we need to spell this out.
Yeah, so just to be sure, if you defer, there might be an appeal against determination, there may not be. If there isn't, what you will get is more information and commentary from us as well. What you won't get is a Southern Link Road. That is a new application altogether. That's totally in the hands of the applicant, but I think it's very unlikely at this point in time.
I think we need to understand that risk. Okay, because it's, you know, it is the application that's in front of us that we have to determine. Now, if we go for a deferral, I don't believe it will end up with a Southern Link Road, because that would be a new application, and the applicants, just like you said, in that case, will appeal for non-determination. So that's the risk involved. We need to make sure that the solicitor is happy and my senior planners are happy as well before we take an irrevocable step.
May I say, Mr. Chairman, that I think the only way you're going to get the Southern Leap Road is if you refuse this application and win the appeal, and the applicant then has to come back again. And we're all about judging the risks here on whichever direction we take, and they're all substantial.
Because the application in front of you has support from the Highways Department. Okay, so I'm going to bring Steve Pugsley and then Andy Sully. So, and Rosemary. I'm going to go in a line, Rosemary. It's easier for me. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been very intrigued by this application. I have looked at the fairly complicated plans with great interest this afternoon. I have to say, personally speaking, I would feel, and I know it's uncommon for us to do this, that I would really benefit from having a site visit. And
A site visit?
you did.
Well, I'll put my hand
Now,
in again.
I say that I think the reasons for that are that there are elements of the site that I think that whilst may be acceptable, I feel I need to see on the ground. I feel I need to see road connectivities, the way the footpaths are organised and so forth. And I think that the committee as a whole would benefit very much from that in order to be able to reach a full and final decision on the application before us. And so I think it would not be inappropriate for us to propose a deferral on the grounds of having a site visit to consider such issues.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point. If I just go up to the so from the area, so we talked about this area being protected. So with this, if there was a road to go through, would it just go up through this green bit here? Is that where, or does it go straight through the site? If there ever was another road? No, what I want to say is, so in theory, if funding eventually, because I used to represent Staple Grove, 1,600 homes. One of the key determinations for that was that we've got to link around eventually, come around the top down to this northern road. It's not going to happen. It's going to detrimentally impact on the 1,600 homes in Staple Grove. But if this land go through here eventually, then that might be sort of acceptable.
Yeah, I'd like to go along with what Councillor Pugsley said and have a site visit at a time of day when it's likely to be busy. So it might mean me getting up in the morning. So I get there at school time, but yeah, but so that we get the feel of what it's like at that time.
The timing of it, were there to be a site visit, I think some of the site visit would be educational. And I think we would, if we are looking for any further information on traffic movement, it would have to be at various times of the day rather than just a time. I think to base a decision on 1.5 hour period during 24 hours would be wrong and not helpful. Okay, so if you hold that thought a moment, Stephen. Okay, Andrew, can we give Councillor Sully a response on the road going across?
Yeah, so I think in short, the answer is that you couldn't facilitate the link road within that layout. If you had the link road going in, you'd have to fundamentally redesign the layout that you have on your screen.
Okay, if I could come back. So obviously you're the planning officer. Why didn't you say to make it quiet, just leave that land there so we don't build over, because obviously there's a policy, for example, from Taunton to Wellington, not to build over where the old canal was, for example. That's a Taunton Dean policy. So why is this policy been abandoned and to build houses over it? If there's a policy there, and it's a Taunton Dean Borough Council policy, does that not, in terms of cards, trump building houses over it? Why not leave, even if we've got the funding in place, why not leave a stretch of land that can take that road eventually when funding does come available? Thank you.
There isn't a strip of land on that layout where you could reserve there's not a piece of land on that layout that you could reserve for a future link road, notwithstanding the fact that it's got nothing to link into. The green space in the middle is suds, play space and allotments. So we couldn't really have a road going through the middle of it.
Mr. Chairman, although I have a similar mind to Councillor Surrey, but why not? We're not here to redesign it. I'm sorry. We've got a planning application in front of us, and I think we have a simple choice between us. Either we refuse it, which, having listened to the deferral options, I'm less inclined to support that, but I would support it. But I would go straight forward to a refusal in this case, so that we bring the argument, and they have to bring the argument back of all the traffic planning, which they have not done.
Okay. I have to point out that I think a refusal at this stage, okay, would be the most dangerous course we could take. Doesn't say we shouldn't do it, but it would be the most dangerous thing we could do. It has the highest risk element to it. Okay, a deferral for a site visit with a regime that looks at various times of the day and traffic impacts at various times of the day on the pieces of road that we are looking at, I think is the better route towards this. Because if the applicant chooses to go for an appeal for non-determination, then they will look back at the highways report, which says that the highways are intent that the highways that's not going to change. Right, so I think I can understand why we're looking at deferral to go towards a relook at that, and for us to understand it as a committee. But I think using this application on those grounds right now be the poorest of our options by a considerable margin.
I'm okay with the site visit if okay, thanks. I'm okay with a site visit if that helps us clarify some things, and I do feel there's some sense in that, probably on several sides to us, all clarifying the situation. So I'm okay to go with that. I did wish to say though, I thought there was a lot in what Norman was saying and the points that you made. Quoting the National Planning Policy Framework, I won't forget exactly what they were, but they're about cumulative and the wider, the wider aspects. I did also have a feeling that if we were going for the deferral, as Derek suggested, sort of combining the two would make it even more powerful. So maybe, a site visit with both of what you've said in mind is maybe, a great way forward.
Yeah, I'll just pop back in there. It seems like quite a long time ago that I floated deferral as a motion. Just to be clear, my suggestion was a deferral for further information, specifically because I think the information that relates to highway safety is currently inadequate and insufficient to satisfy me that there would not be an acceptable impact on highway safety, or that the cumulative impacts, even following mitigation, wouldn't be severe. So my specific proposal was for information, but I agree entirely that a site visit in order to gather information would be a useful addition to that motion to defer. And I think if those are done together, then I think it can only assist us to have the most complete information. But I do agree, if we are going to do that, we don't want site visits being shunted back to 9:15 or 9:30. If this site visit is going to be relevant, then it needs to involve us being around that corner and perhaps even walking down to the village school at about 8:30, 8:45 a.m.
Okay. Okay. Obviously, where various discussions have been going on, we had this exchange of full and frank exchange. Form of words that I'd like us to discuss. Okay, we may want to change them, we may not. But I'd like the planning officer to come up with a form of words and see how we go with that before we make any irrevocable decisions. So, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm
very sorry. I'm struggling to hear what you say. Would you come up to the microphone? I'm very sorry. I can't hear what you're saying. I don't know whether what you're saying is reasonable or not. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bennett. Adam, would you care to come to the speaker? Because I did not hear what you were saying. Oh, right. Okay, same point. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. I didn't hear what you said, so I wasn't sure what your point was. And this gentleman at the back, sir, this is not going to be a reopening of the whole discussion. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop it there because it's not going to develop into a free for all. Okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, as I mentioned in the first committee presentation that we did early on, that the applicant has done 15 capacity assessments of the local road network. None of them show a severe impact in terms of that MPPF paragraph 116. There aren't any capacity assessments to the north, but that's on the basis that there's a low number of vehicles going that way, based on census data, which is the industry standard of doing or of using undertaking transport impact assessments. So that's in relation to those capacity related questions. And then highway safety, there has been a road safety audit stage 1 and designer's response in relation to all the off-site works that the applicant's proposing, which we're satisfied with. Minor issues can be dealt with at the stage 2 road safety audit, which is typically the post-planning permission stage. And then in terms of sustainability, earlier there were some questions about emergency accesses. There is an emergency access on the southwest corner of the site. It's a bollard going in on Lingford Lane, which along Lingford Lane will be, by that point, it's just resident traffic for where the split is, and then people should then be able to walk and cycle comfortably along there, subject to some further improvements, which we recommended by way of planning condition, to get you to local facilities at the bottom of Lingford Lane, Dorchester Avenue. In terms of, I know there's a big debate going on about the through road going through and that impact to Chedham Fitzpaine. All I would say is if a road goes in that if a through road was provided, would it actually have adverse impacts in terms of encouraging vehicles vehicles and people further south within Taunton to cut through the site and then head north towards Cheddar and Fitzpaine, so it could have an adverse impact. So
Thank you, Chair. So in response to the request, just to follow forward words of Councillor Perry's proposal, it's twofold. It's the site visit and the further information. So the further information, I think we sort of focus on paragraph 116 of the NPPF, which is actually what Councillor Calville quoted, which was about that development shall only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impact on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. And part of that further information would be an assessment as to whether that has been addressed or if there are gaps, and some commentary has been provided by the committee around that. So I would say you could word the proposal as to defer a decision on the application for one, further information to address paragraph 116 of the NPPF, and two, to carry out a site visit at an appropriate time of day.
Yes, happy with that. I think it was mine in the first place and I incorporated yours. I think it's my, I think it's.
Councillor Pugsley, are you
Okay.
content?
Oh, that's sorry, that was a constructive comment.
Question of the transport officer, but I'm not. You said that the assessments that have been done on a normal census arrangement, which is presumably the current levels of traffic in the area. So therefore, you presumably modelled on top of that what you expect to come out of this development during a 24-hour period come out and go in, because there will be delivery vehicles going in and out. I appreciate the fact that you haven't considered that traffic may divert northwards to avoid the town centre, and I think that's an omission, as we've said. But notwithstanding that point, you are affirming that you think the roads can work down into Taunton at the current levels, plus what you anticipate coming on top.
Yep, so in the transport assessment and the further transport impact assessment that the applicant submitted, they have within the capacity assessments all the junctions that towards the town centre, towards the M5, they have been capacity assessed. They've also used as industry standard looking at committed developments in the area, throwing their traffic on to assess the junctions, which ultimately don't go in terms of theoretical capacity, that it's going to be severe in terms of NPPF standards.
I suppose the key point is just what proportion of the traffic coming out of the development is going to go in which direction. I think that's something we don't know, and I think we probably do need to know.
Right, we're going to talk about the form of words again and make sure that people are happy with that form of words, or look at any suggestions they might have if they wish to alter any or part of it, and then we will go to a vote. Okay, so if we can pay attention, please, gentlemen. Gentlemen, when you have a moment, okay, thank you. We will have a form of words from Mr. Collins, which we'll discuss, see if we want to go with that or whether we want to make any amendments to it. So please listen, okay? And to make sure that Councillor Pugsley and Perry are happy with the suggestion as well. Okay, where you go.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal is to defer a decision on the application in order to receive further information relating to paragraph 116 of the NPPF, and also to carry out a site visit at an appropriate time of day.
I'm happy that summarises everybody's here, the detail behind our proposal, but that's a fair summary.
But do you have any comments or wish to amend that in any way before we go to a vote? Now is your time to say so, please. Okay, I'm not seeing any councillor wishing to do that, so I'm so sorry, David, you didn't have your hand up when I was looking at you. My apologies.
I was trying to decide. I mentioned a few other factors. I'm not sure whether they need to be added to this. So, but I don't know. So, you know, I was a bit concerned whether the active travel was right, the bus was right, the heating systems were right. It may not need to be added, but these are matters that I think need to be addressed when a decision's taken. And that can be later. I'm okay with that, but I thought I better not miss the opportunity.
Yes, that as it's part of the subject heading of transport, which is the reason for deferral, we can incorporate that into our reporting back.
Right. Okay, so we're going to go to the vote now on the suggestion of Councillor Perry and Pugsley, which we have a deferral for traffic assessments, okay, including the further part 2, and a site visit at an appropriate time of day, particularly considering traffic. So I suspect it'll actually be a site visit spread over several hours of the same day, or maybe 2 consecutive days. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure we could work the detail out. Are we? Okay, so it's been proposed by Derek Perry and seconded by Stephen Pugsley. Can I see those in favour, please? That item is deferred. We will contact obviously the members of the committee when we know when the site visit is likely to be, and when there are other salient points to discuss on that, right? And when we know what the applicant might do. Okay, we're going to have a 10-minute comfort break now. So back at 1:15, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can return to our seats, please. I'd like to press on with agenda item 6. And that is the planning application of 19/27/0007, which is land west of Station Road, Hatch Beecham. And it's to consider an application for the erection of 5 affordable dwellings and 4 open market dwellings with public open space, landscaping, access, drainage and associated works on land west of Station Road, Hatch Beecham. And our planning officer for this item is Mike Hicks. Good afternoon, Mike, and welcome. And if you'd like to present your report.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just trying to share my screen at the moment, so bear with me. Apologies. Thank you, Chairman. So I'll just run through the slides. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, so here we have the site outlined in red. This is in Hatch Beecham on the corner of Station Road and Home Orchard. So the site is there, outlined in red. There it is. So you can see Home Orchard at the northern end of the site, Station Road running along the eastern side of the site. That is where the access will be brought into the site. Also, just to note out, this is the sewage works. Here is the site layout. So the houses are located at the northern end of the site. All of the affordables are on the front of the site, fronting Station Road. So that's these ones here. So there are 5 affordable dwellings, 4 open market dwellings. The open market units are these ones here, these 2 down the bottom, and the 2 located to the rear here. These ones at the top, plot 1 and 2, these are bungalows, and all the others are 2-storey. So the affordable units consist of 2 social rent, 2-bedroom flats, 1 social rent, 2-bed semi, so 3 social rent dwellings in total, and 2 discount open market dwellings comprising of 3-bed semis. There is a public open space located to the south of the site, which will have the attenuation ponds, various paths, landscaping, and the package treatment plant. Vehicular access, as you can see, is via Station Road, which leads into a shared service. Phosphate mitigation is in the form of a package treatment plant and woodland planting on a site at Curland, which is within the phosphate catchment. So here I've picked out some of the considerations. This isn't all, obviously, but these are probably the main ones. Principle of development, affordable housing, impact on the character and appearance of the area, and phosphates. Just to update the committee, you should all have received a written update covering the fact that the Regulation 14 public consultation for the Hatch Beecham Neighbourhood Plan has now been carried out. And there are some comments there with regards to proposed policy EV1 of that emerging neighbourhood plan. And that policy is titled Protected Local Green Spaces in the Village. That policy designates this site as a protected open space. But we note that the neighbourhood plan is at a very early stage in its formation. Furthermore, there is an objection to this policy that is has been submitted as part of the neighbourhood plan consultation. This objection needs to be resolved either through the independent examination process, which is later on in the adoption process, or via change to the policy. The policy, given that the neighbourhood plan is at a very early stage in planning terms, we can give very limited weight to the emerging neighbourhood plan. Even if the policy were adopted now, the NPPF confirms that development in local green spaces should be assessed against greenbelt criteria. Of note, the NPPF states that rural exception sites are a use that is acceptable in principle in greenbelt. So we'll just go through some of the slides here now. So this is a section from the north of the site on the right-hand side to the south that just gives you an idea of the topography sloping down. So the building on the far right-hand side is within Home Orchard. And then you can see plot 2, which is one of the bungalows. And then plot 9, 2-storey, leading down through the site, the bottom end of the site. This is a street scene showing the point of access and the houses fronting Station Road. Traditional vernacular 2-storey properties. This is one of the bungalows. This is the other bungalow. These are open market dwellings. And here is plot 9, the detached two-storey property. Just before we run through the photos, then just to touch on another key consideration, affordable housing. If you refer to sections 11.1 to 11.5 in the report. So just briefly, the site is considered to be a rural exception site and is assessed against rural exception policy criteria. Policy DM2 of the core strategy supports affordable housing, where this is adjoining settlement limits, provided that no suitable site is available within the rural centre and meets an identified local need. So the nearest rural centre here in this situation is North Curry. A sequential assessment has been undertaken, which demonstrates that there are no reasonably deliverable sites available in North Curry or Hatch Beecham. There is a demonstrable need in Hatch Beecham for affordable housing, demonstrated through a housing needs survey in 2019, and a growing number of people on the Somerset Home Finder database. There are currently 18 people who have expressed a wish for rented properties and have a local connection to the parish. A viability appraisal has been submitted and assessed by an independent assessor, who concluded that that the proposed level of open market housing is the minimum required to deliver the affordable units. The affordable housing will be secured through a Section 106 agreement. Please refer to paragraph 11.5 for a brief summary of the affordable housing considerations. In terms of design, if you look at paragraph 11.6 of the report, the design is largely the same as the previous application, which was considered by committee in 2022 and was the result of a significant amount of pre-application discussions with council officers to achieve a high quality scheme. Alterations included the reduction in dwelling numbers from the 12 originally proposed, provision of a shared surface within the scheme, ensuring that the dwellings address Station Road to provide a more interesting and traditional built form. As a result, the proposed scheme is considered to represent a significant improvement in design terms over the application from 2019 for 12 dwellings that was dismissed at appeal. So while we're talking about design, just to run through the photos. So this is taken from the north of the site, looking down through the site. You can see Home Orchard on the right-hand side there. The access would be a little way down here through the frontage from Station Road. That just gives you the similar view, but with a bit more context of the existing properties on the opposite side of Station Road. So this one is taken from the south of the site, looking up towards where that last photo was taken. You can see that existing two-storey property within Home Orchard. The site is here on the left-hand side. Then the access would be come through here, the frontage. And this is from a similar point in the road with just a bit more context of the properties on the other side of Station Road again. This is from within Home Orchard, looking south through the site. So in the distance, you can see some of those existing properties on the opposite side of Station Road, and we're looking through the sites here. And just to recap again on the key considerations, principle of development, affordable housing, character and appearance of the area, and impact on phosphates. So phosphates is covered in section 11.7 on the report. It's proposed to mitigate the phosphate surplus by planting a commercial orchard on land at Curland. A woodland management plan has been submitted to demonstrate how the woodland would be established and maintained, and this would be secured through a 106 legal agreement. This has been agreed with our phosphate specialists and has been agreed with Natural England. And then just to touch on briefly, so the planning permission would be accompanied with a Section 106 legal agreement. If you could just refer to section 3.1 on the report, which gives an outline on the planning obligations there. which would cover affordable housing, phosphate mitigation, delivery of the open space and payment of the off-site financial contribution towards local play equipment or provision of on-site play. And in conclusion, the proposal is considered to be acceptable in all respects. It complies with local and national policies and guidance. The provision of the housing, and particularly the affordable housing, including 3 social rented properties and 2 discount open market properties, are considered to be a considerable social benefit to the scheme. The recommendation is therefore to approve, subject to the conditions and 106 obligations as set out in the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hicks. Okay, we've got a number of public speakers on this item, and the first person on my list is Gordon Knight, please. Mr. Knight, if you come up to the public speaking desk, sir, when you sit down, if you push the right-hand button on the microphone will turn on, and your 3 minutes begin when you start speaking, sir. Okay.
Chairman, members, thank you. This application has very technical issues, and for everyday people like me, it's a little bit difficult to grasp and understand. To recognise all the reasons for and against, you must live in the village to understand the way of life daily. The proposed development is outside any development limit, remote from any urban area, and therefore distant from adequate services and facilities such as employment, health, major retail and leisure. I acknowledge we do have a small shop and a cafe with limited items in the shop and with limited opening. They are open during working hours only. So if you're working, you can't use it. And the other thing is why have a development limit if that boundary is to be exceeded? The main concern is one of sustainability from a transport viewpoint. It is essential for developments to be located, that it does not result in the reliance of the private car. Fostering on the use of a private car is contrary to policy STR1 and STR6. Hatch Beecham is a village with very few facilities, as a school, church, pub, village hall, and no leisure or employment facilities. We have no bus service, and a new homes proposed would increase car and van journeys by a minimum of 18 a day, plus any delivery options. It's essential for developments to be located such that it does not result in the reliance of the private car. Sadly, there are no bus services which serve the village, hence the car is the only means of transport. In addition, there is evidence which shows excessive on-road parking on Station Road. This is at its worst around school times, but it does occur at other times of the day. There are no pavements in that area. There are in the main no footways on Station Road, and the parking and additional traffic generated means that hazardous conditions exist for pedestrians walking to the school. The area is overloaded with vehicles at school times anyway. I understand the roads in this proposed development are not being adopted by highways. So who's going to pay for their maintenance? Must also ask who's going to pay for the maintenance of open places. The hedges and grassland. This adds everything to the affordable homes and the homeowners. Previous applications here were refused due to being outside the suburban area, on agricultural land, harmful to the character of the area, foster the need of the use of the private car. This will increase highway safety for pedestrians and traffic. Nothing has changed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Annette Cox, please. Again, when you're ready and settled, if you push the right-hand button, the red light will come on and your 3 minutes begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Annette Cox and I have lived in Hatch Beecham for 23 years. The neighbourhood plan supports affordable housing in its policy HP2, along with everybody here. However, the term is often used by developers and councils to promote building that would not be allowed under other circumstances, such as being outside the settlement area, as in this case. I'm objecting to this application because the implication has been made that the affordable housing will help young people and families already connected move into the village. This is only true if substantial finance is available. In the viability report, the applicant states that the 2 3-bedroom semi-detached discounted open market houses will need to sell at a total of £420,000. Assuming that they would each cost the buyer £210,000 means that the open market price would equate to £300,000. Interestingly, a 3-bedroom end of terrace house with driveway and garage in Station Road was sold last week for £285,500. Professional housing needs assessment was carried out for the neighbourhood plan, which stated that a discount of 40% would be needed to facilitate a mortgage on the salaries of this area. With a price of £210,000, deposit of £10,500 would leave the buyer needing a mortgage of £199,500. In order to obtain a mortgage for this property under current circumstances, young purchasers would need an income of £40,000 to £50,000. The average salary in Somerset is £30,000 and full-time minimum wage is £25,000. Young professional salaries start around £30,000. Many could carry student loans. If they have any dependents, childcare costs or outstanding debts such as a car loan, bearing in mind everyone in Hatch Beecham needs a car because we have no sustainable transport links, getting a mortgage would become more difficult, meaning a larger initial deposit or salary would be necessary. Therefore, the term affordable is only applicable to those with sufficient disposable income. My point is affordable does not mean cheap. Assumptions are being made that this development would bring young families to the village and their children would attend the local primary school, they would contribute to the village and its economy. There are no guarantees of this. The Housing Team Needs Report and the application regarding the need for social housing in the village was valid until November 2024. It says that after that date, consultee comments should be sought. Has this happened? As there are several criteria necessary to qualify for social rent, is there a hierarchy? Local connection has been highlighted as a benefit, but is it not often outweighed by those suffering severe overcrowding or medical conditions? Not all previous social housing in the village was given to those with a local connection. Will the price paid of the detrimental creeping urbanisation, which was noted at a previous appeal by the regional inspector, have the outcome that some people believe of bringing housing into easier reach for young people connected to the village? Leave that to you. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker, please, is Pippa Fowler. Thank you again. When you're ready and settled, you can push the right-hand button, the red light comes on, and your speaking time begins when you start speaking.
Hello, I've lived in Hatch Beecham for 30 years. The new NPPF emphasised sustainable development and the mitigation of climate change by making effective use of land in urban areas, including around transport hubs. Hatch Beecham is neither urban nor a transport hub and barely has a bus service. This application provides no sustainable travel, so new residents will have to rely on cars. Recently, a Sedgemoor planning appeal in very similar circumstances was turned down, in part due to concerns over the accessibility of the rural location, where the inspector concluded it would fail to provide sustainable travel. The applicant appears to have created the myth that affordable homes will be allocated exclusively to people with links in the village. Our recent experience contradicts this, with most recent affordable homes being allocated to people with no village links, while adding just 3 pupils to our village school. The planning inspector who turned down the appeal in 2020 noted the landscape setting of this site provides a valuable transition between the built-up settlement and the more rural context beyond. At our neighbourhood planning consultations, residents overwhelmingly indicated they wanted to keep this field, so we have designated it as a local green space. Having already submitted this planning application, Poldon Planning confusingly asked if we would like to purchase some of the field. The CPRE indicates we have enough brownfield sites in Somerset to meet the new government target. So why is this development on agricultural land now being recommended for approval? We understand the brownfield Stirling site has now been sold, with the buyer potentially considering housing, a more appropriate village site than this RES scheme on a green field. The planning officer's report doesn't include any condition requiring maintenance of the packet treatment plant, Research indicates frequent maintenance is essential to prevent foul drainage contaminating the attenuation pond. To increase the odour and flies, Wessex Water have reported on this site. Also, an overflowing attenuation pond would contribute to the existing significant flooding at the bottom of this site, which building development will worsen. If anybody has doubts about whether it floods, I have photos. The application will encourage car usage and hence does not comply with the updated NPPF and your council's climate positive planning policy. The majority of residents' comments were once again against this application. The parish council once again voted against this application. Therefore, in line with democracy, I urge you to follow your previous precedent and once again vote against this application. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Helen Chadwick, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. Notwithstanding the change in government and the new NPPF, the local plan core strategy still exists, is still in place, and therefore should be referred to when deciding this application. I would like to talk to you today about 4 points where I believe this application does not align with the Taunton Deane Borough Council 2011 core strategy plan that's in place. I'm particularly going to deal with SP4 and SP1, which deal with rural areas. Firstly, SP4 says that when realising the vision for rural areas, the key features should provide small-scale local opportunities for employment growth, including tourism and rural diversification. This application does not do that. Secondly, it should encourage the provision of additional services such as shops and community halls to serve identified local needs. This application does not deliver this. Thirdly, it should encourage sustainable transport choices. An enhanced network of bus and cycle links will be provided at settlements where growth is proposed. Note the will be provided, linking new development with the existing fabric of the village. There is a very limited bus service in the village. It doesn't go anywhere near the site. There are no cycle links within this application. There are no cycle links towards the middle of the village where the pub and school are. There are no pavements up from the new proposed development up to the school and to the pub. So there is no links to the existing rural centre. I would propose that this would actually make the current usage by people walking their children to the school, by cyclists, by horse riders, by pedestrians, more dangerous by adding to the traffic on what is, as you saw from the pictures, a single carriageway lane. Finally, it talks about growth in the rural parts of the borough should be directed towards rural centres. And I think you mentioned that in your initial words. The nearest rural centre being North Curry. That's 4.2 miles away from Hatch Beecham. Rewishton, which has been a subject to a current planning application, is 4.3 miles away. Please don't say that Hatch Beecham is part of North Curry Rural Centre. It's as close to Creech St Michael and Rewishton as it is to North Curry. I don't think that can be taken into consideration. For those 4 points, I would refer the council to reject this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is Jill Wright, please.
Hello, my name is Jill Wright, and I do live in Station Road, Hatcham, next to the green space. I'm looking at this from a different aspect altogether. For the past 8 years, the owner of the green space has kept this gated entrance firmly shut. No one has had access. No dogs, no humans, no fly tippers, and no unwanted vehicles. So, over this past 8 years, a thriving biodiverse wild habitat has evolved, nurturing and protecting many red-listed endangered species, including butterflies, dragonflies, bees, hedgehogs, moles, field mice, hedgerows, and garden birds. Listen and you will hear a cacophony of bird song. Humans have choices, either to protect, nurture, and maintain a safe haven, or to destroy it. Drive a digger and a bulldozer through this incredible wild haven, and these species will die. To talk about the attenuation pond, the development includes properties, tarmac, and paving. Heavy rainfalls, now predictable, will aim for Mill Lane, which already floods. Will the attenuation pond manage such high levels of water runoff, or will even greater flooding result? Well, all of this is avoidable because collaborative work between neighbouring farmers, wildlife and woodland conservation teams and local people will maintain this fantastic biodiverse habitat. In fact, Hatch Beecham has its own tree and wild seed planting group, ensuring healthy carbon sink CO2 levels and a healthy ecosystem future. Most of all, providing a safe environment for our endangered species. The overgrown hedges will need careful trimming in line with strict rules from the Department of Environment and Food and Rural Affairs. The entrance will remain under lock and key in order to maintain this diverse habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please, is Matthew Lesell.
I'll be speaking on behalf of accepting this proposal, or in favour of the proposal.
Okay.
So I started today with a dog walk. I wanted to count the number of steps from my property, which is at the bottom of Station Road, to the proposed development. I counted 10. That's how close I am to the proposed development. The lane outside my house floods. It's flooded forever, and it will always flood. It's a low-lying lane. That's why it floods. Much has been said about the increased risk of flooding that this proposed development could attract. But my property, as with this development site, is in Zone 1, so less than a 0.1% chance of tidal and river flooding. On the matter of surface water drainage, effective means of water collection and discharge have been proposed at the development, and the council's own LLFA have rendered no objections. Therefore, concerns regarding flooding should not prevent planning permission from being granted. This development does not have the ability to make more rain fall from the sky. This site is covered by a thin layer of vegetation over impervious clay. Therefore, the same amount of water will end up in the southernmost ditch near to my property as before. Hatch Beecham is so well strategically positioned, offering excellent transport links onto the 303, 358 and M5, which makes the village responsible for expansion. I have read concerns from my fellow villagers, and we've also heard today, about an unacceptable increase in traffic. Yet the traffic count detailed an average flow rate of 1 vehicle every 2 minutes. With this proposed development, that will increase to a mere one vehicle every 1 minute 30 seconds. One vehicle every 1 minute 30 seconds. Hardly Piccadilly Circus, hardly Cheddar Road, as we heard in the previous one. We need to reevaluate land that would have previously been rejected to ascertain whether in today's housing crisis it would be reasonable and responsible to now develop. I can somewhat understand the anxiety of those nervous about change, but the hysteria surrounding this small development is born out of a lack of understanding of its limited impact. This modest proposal is almost central within the village curtilage. The land in question has lain waste for nearly 2 decades. The developer has amended their plans to satisfy the requests of the relevant authorities and has honed a sympathetic and measured proposal. In conclusion, I urge my fellow villagers and planning committee to consider the broader context of our housing crisis. We have to look at a piece of land differently and ask if it can provide more than what it's currently providing. This unused, unkempt piece of land can offer so much more. The ability of being able to welcome 9 other families into Hatch Beecham should be one of the most selfless acts we can do as a small community. The proposed development of a centrally located piece of unused land offers that chance to 9 families in a thoughtful and positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Mr. Paul Beck, please. Sir.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Planning Committee. I am Paul Beck, resident on Station Road, next door to Hatch Beecham Primary School. I am speaking today in support of this planning application. Having a 9-home development on this derelict land, comprising of 5 affordable homes and 4 homes for the open market, and lovely open green spaces that we could see on this planning application, will attract new families to our community. There are 3 bullet points there. When young families are buying their homes, they look for affordable housing, they look for open green spaces for their families, and they also look for primary school education. Financial incentives from this small development are really good. On page 3 of the planning report, 37,521 open space play contribution. On page 28, 195k community infrastructure levy, of which between 29k and 48k of this given directly to the parish council if and when the neighbourhood plan is actually adopted. Hatch Beecham Primary School is on Station Road, just up from this proposed development. The school offers free breakfast club, early years nursery and reception, and a good standard of primary education and after school club. Over the last 2 years, pupil numbers have dropped due to children moving on to their next school. Unfortunately, we do not have enough young children in the village at this moment in time to fill these vacancies. So we do need young families to settle in our village. My wife and I were instrumental in getting no parking yellow signs and flashing yellow 20-mile-an-hour signs outside Hatch Beecham School. We have a strong community, a strong business community in our village. We also have superb leisure facilities for young people. I think the business community and the leisure facilities would welcome new young families coming in to our village. I do understand the concerns around noise, disruption and transport, but this will not last forever. This must be closely monitored, probably with liaising with the developers. Please support this planning application to help improve our community. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Next speaker is Mr. Paul Adams, please. Mr. Adams. Welcome. Your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking.
Okay, right, so my wife and I have lived at Home Orchard, which is adjacent to the proposed development, for 30 years. We brought up our 2 children there. They both attended Hatch Beecham School. I'm in favour of this planning application. We have a housing crisis in the UK. A lack of supply to meet demand has and continues to drive up house prices, especially in villages. The government has given all councils in England mandatory housing targets to deliver 1.5 million more homes over the term of this Parliament, tackling the most acute housing crisis in living memory. The new targets will mean councils, including Somerset, must boost house building in areas most in need, helping more people to buy their own homes. Young people are caught in a 2-income trap to buy their first home. 40 years ago, first-time house purchases were typically 3 times salary. Today, that figure is nearer 10 times, hence why 2 incomes are needed to make the monthly mortgage payments, with first-time mortgage terms of 40 years, not 25 as they used to be. We should be encouraging young people to move to our village by providing affordable housing. For Hatch Beecham, it is much better to infill pockets of land within the village than to allow the village to spread into productive farmland. The proposed site is in an ideal location in the village to house people within easy walking distance to the recreation ground, the primary school, the village shop and the Hatch Inn. Hatch Beecham is a friendly and safe village to bring up a young family. As with many villages, it is becoming more difficult for young people to live in Hatch Beecham because of the high cost of housing there. Consequently, it is becoming a retirement village and pupil numbers at the school are already half that of 20 years ago. We want to attract more young people to the village and the proposed development that would go some way to address it. It is 9 homes only after all. Thank you.
Thank you, darling. David Grant. Mr. Grant?
Good evening, councillors. I'd just like you to know, first of all, that there's nothing untypical about the speakers. They're not eccentrics with individual opinions. Their opinions are widely shared in the village, particularly by those who feel a need for opportunities they haven't got. So I'm going to give you some examples of what people have told us in either recorded statements or on our Facebook page, where it's there for anyone to see. A resident of a village road. Construction will bring some challenges, dust, noise and construction traffic. But when the dust settles, we would have new families to welcome into our community. Affordable housing would allow younger relatives of Hatch a chance to resettle the village. A young former resident. Availability within the village is well beyond the reach of your average first-time buyer, and we sadly were forced to move out of the village away from our family to buy elsewhere. A resident of Naroche View. I feel it's a valuable opportunity for the village. The proposed plans are attractive and well thought out. A 30-year resident of Station Road. In previous discussions with our neighbours on both sides, none were against the development, and I'm also aware of others who are very concerned about their children not being able to live in the village because they can't afford it. A village road resident. The current site, as it stands, is not a green and pleasant site, nor is it productive agricultural land. The country as a whole needs not just more housing, but particularly affordable housing. Why have these views been not more widely heard? The answers from most people asked were, opponents always speak loudest. We thought it had all been decided. It's all sewn up. Yes. And it has many opponents, and I have friends among them. But this proposal adds just about 3% to our housing stock. This is wasteland. It is not in agricultural use. Land should not be wasted. The country needs new houses. and there's a land use crisis brewing as policymakers in our country tussle over whether it's going to be wilderness for decarbonisation or more food security or more settlements. And there's no excuse for leaving a site like this waste. Moreover, the plot fits the built elements of our village like the last piece in a jigsaw. Right now, it's the only way we've got to make our village, to help get in new families and to make an albeit modest contribution to our national housing crisis. And anything by way of an increasing population improves our sensibility. Yes, people will face disturbance. The free speakers who preceded me live in areas which will face that disturbance, and we understand disturbance and regret it, but it's only temporary. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. That was your 3 minutes. The next speaker is Mr. Kevin Coomer, please. Mr. Coomer.
Good afternoon. This is the 4th time a proposal for development on this site has been under consideration, including an appeal. Each time it was rejected for essentially the same reasons, which continue to apply now. In addition, this application, having been amended on the 16th of October last year, is not compliant with the terms of the Environment Act in that it does not demonstrate a 10% net biodiversity gain. A further objection has come from Wessex Water, as the site is too near the water recycling plant and will be subject to odours and flies. In any case, they have said that the foul water must drain into a sewer and not the watercourse. Natural England object to the use of chemical dosing in a packaged treatment plant, and there's no firm agreement for maintenance or indication of cost. Regarding the reasons for prior rejections on this site, it is contrary to SP1, the principle of sustainable development in a location. I noticed we only heard about principle of development without the sustainable word in it. And CP6, transport accessibility. Nothing has changed here either. There's too high a level of open market housing. The affordable area comprises only 40% of the total. 2 of the open market units are bungalows. In the appeal, the inspector commented, these have higher building costs. Thirdly, insufficient information was given to show that the risk of flooding was acceptable in and beyond the site. This time, a flood report was provided and reviewed. But even the second version posted on the site indicates flood risks in its Appendix D without any explanation. In general, many technical documents, odour assessments, flood reports have been dumped on this application that turn out to have negative implications, but with no narrative to explain why it should not be an issue. There are many problems with the site that are glossed over, requiring complex solutions that will end up costing a lot in maintenance. Who is going to pay? This is not a route to affordable living. The neighbourhood plan has been subject to Regulation 14 consultation and was very widely supported, including 3 previous consultations over the previous 3 years, done in person, by survey and online. May I just say, I urge councillors to ask me questions if they have doubts on any matters of fact and to make their decision consistently according to local policy.
Thank you, Mr. Coomer. The next speaker is Councillor Sarah Wade. Ms. Sarah.
Thank you. I'm speaking today at the request of Hatch Beecham Parish Council. The council have consistently and successfully opposed any development of this site over some years. The site, which is outside the current settlement boundary of the village, has been identified as open space to be protected in the emerging Hatch Beecham neighbourhood plan, a plan which takes a long, detailed process to make and requires many hours of work by those promoting it, but it hasn't reached its final stage or been adopted yet. However, the fact that the site has been identified as open space is relevant here, as there are other local sites which are identified in the emerging plan as suitable for development. If this application is approved, it will be extremely disappointing for those engaged in the plan making to find that their painstaking and careful work has already been effectively wasted with regard for this hoped for public space. Members of the committee will have noted that the relevant planning history at paragraph 5 of the report. It is puzzling to many locals that despite effectively the same reasons for the refusal of earlier applications, including one on appeal, still being applicable to the current application, nevertheless it has been recommended for approval by the officer. The proximity of the sewage treatment plant 50 metres away and the possible nuisance of odour and flies escaping from that is something which must also be considered. This had been something which at one stage was thought to be extremely important in the planning evaluation, which has now been downgraded as an issue in the final report. However, such an odour nuisance is something which the residents of this new development will not be able to control themselves, as it will be in the hands of the Water Authority to monitor and mitigate as necessary. This could make the dwellings less attractive both to inhabit and to sell on the open market. Residents will need assurance that, should such nuisance occur, it will be addressed. This is something with which the applicant, once the development is completed, will not have to deal. It is, however, relevant to the suitability of the site for the development. There is a lack of regular and sufficient public transport in the village, which will mean that the local roads will become busier and the dwellings will therefore be unsuitable for non-drivers and most families. The proportion of affordable housing included in the housing numbers is of course welcome, but these residents are the ones most likely to be affected by the necessity of having their own vehicle or vehicles in order to visit shops and leisure facilities, sixth form colleges as well, where transport is not provided by the council. I believe there are already problems with overcrowded buses at peak times, leaving students and others stranded and unable to get to work, college or hospital appointments. Increased runoff and flooding has been highlighted by some residents as of concern. And there's this ditch at the bottom which floods regularly at the bottom of Station Road. And further running water coming off the site and the package treatment plant and the attenuation pond could cause problems. I am aware that there are parish residents who have expressed support for this development and that there is a national shortage of affordable housing, including within this county. However, in view of the points I and others have made today, committee members should ask themselves whether they are satisfied that this is the right development in the right location when they make their decision.
Okay, and the last public speaker on this is the agent for the applicant, Rebecca Randall, please. When you're ready, if you push the button, the right-hand button, the light will come on and your 3 minutes start when you begin. Rebecca.
Hello, I'm Rebecca, the agent, and I'm here with the applicant, Andy Lehner of West of England Developments today. I'm here really to deal with the previous reasons for refusal, which in terms of the appeal centred on its sustainable location and scheme viability. And in addressing these reasons within this application, we followed the advice of the Planning Inspectorate and of officers, and specifically dealing with policy DM2, which is the one for rural exception sites. This culminated in our sequential test report, which looks at whether there's any alternative or suitable sites to deliver upon the affordable housing need. That's what the policy asked for, that's what the inspector asked for. And we looked at North Curry because, again, that's what the inspector asked for. The report has been scrutinised not only by your development management comment colleagues, but also by housing enabling, by your policy officers as well. And we consulted both parish councils, so Hatch Beecham and North Curry Parish Council, before we submitted the application last year, and no alternative sites were brought to us. And the conclusion is that there are no other available sites to deliver on that affordable need, which is not really a surprise because there has been no affordable housing sites, rural exception sites brought forward in either of the settlements over the last 5 years. In terms of the viability, We have done a site-specific viability report that's been independently corroborated and officers agreed. And I would point out as well that in just the last 5 years alone, West of England Developments has delivered 7 affordable houses at Creech St Michael, 6 in North Pellerton, 14 at Stoke St Gregory, and this year we're planning 6 affordable homes at Shepton Beecham. They are often cited as the way to do it, as we had an event at our Stoke St Gregory site. The refusal of this application will maintain the status quo. The land won't have any particular benefit to the community, and the affordable housing for residents in Hatch Beecham will be available if and when anyone decides to move out. By granting the permission, 2/3 of the site would be opened up for public access, because they're right, it is privately owned at the moment. And our intention has been to work with the community to deliver upon its local green space. We're quite happy for that portion of the site to be designated in the neighbourhood plan. The lack of affordable housing is an issue raised widely in the community through the neighbourhood plan, but it's also best reflected probably in the support that you see today. And I did want to take the opportunity to publicly thank those who've come in support for their time, but as one of them already pointed out, for their selflessness, because they are all really nearby residents to the site. We are providing pavements along Station Road, and there are no technical objections to this application from consultees. We really ask you can work with us to support this and deliver the next rural housing scheme for West Area.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to, Mr. Hicks, was there anything you want to come back on? Yes, if you'd like to, thank you.
Yeah, so just to come back on a couple of the points, drainage was mentioned, and the maintenance of the drainage scheme as well. So the application was submitted with an outline drainage scheme, which has been looked at in detail by the LLFA. They didn't object, but they did request that a condition is put on so that we can agree any finer details to the drainage scheme. And there's also, that was condition 8. Condition 9 deals that they requested deals with the future maintenance of the drainage scheme. With the section 106, the package treatment plant future maintenance will be secured through the legal agreement. BNG biodiversity net gain was mentioned. This application was submitted before the sort of cut-off threshold for that BNG requirement coming into force. But I would draw the members' attention to the conditions. There is an ecology enhancement condition which seeks ecological enhancements within the site.
Thank you. Can we move on to the councillors? Now, the first councillor was Quill.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I remember this from last time, 3 years ago. I need to declare an interest. I know at least 2 of the speakers personally, one of whom is a parish clerk in my division, and 2 councillors from Hatch Beecham. I spent a very entertaining afternoon driving up and around the A358 when that was an issue. But they're personal declarations only.
Okay.
And I think Dave has to add something too.
If I may, Simon, yes, for me too, I do know one of the speakers.
Okay. Do I take it you haven't spoken with them on this application?
Sorry, what was the question again?
You haven't spoken to those individuals on this
No,
application?
I haven't.
I also know personally one of the speakers. I didn't know them even until this afternoon.
Right. Okay.
Well, the small world we live in.
Okay, we live in a small world. I suspect I'm the only one. I'm the only old one out here, apart from possibly Stephen. Ross.
Board council, I think I've met all of the speakers, both for and against.
Excellent. Right. Okay, good. Good.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just for that slight digression, I thought I'd better clear it up. Yes, several points I'd like to make. Much has been made of the sequential test that has been carried out under this particular application. And also reference has been made to the neighbourhood plan, which is being drawn up by Hatch Beecham. Now, bearing in mind that the general purpose of a neighbourhood plan is to identify sites for development, I'd be very interested to know whether any of those potential sites were included in the sequential test. That's my first point. The second one is just out of interest, actually. If there is a sewage treatment works within 50 yards, why are we putting in a package treatment works when perhaps and I don't know whether the sewage treatment works is up to speed or is very good at removing phosphate, but whether a commuted sum to help upgrade it might have been a better option to use it rather than putting in a bespoke treatment works, which is going to be the responsibility of a third party, because that's just a general point. And the last point is about the field as it is at the moment. Look, somebody's unmanaged wilderness is somebody else's rewilding project. And I mean, if this has been left for about 7 or 8 years, then clearly a habitat has developed. And I was when the speaker who was talking about it very passionately said there were red listed species there, my ears pricked up immediately. I have been through the ecology reports, I've been through the responses. I'm afraid I can't see any evidence of red listed species there. And if they had been found, they should have been reported to the Somerset Records Centre. And that's unfortunate if there is. But what I would say is that if over a period of time a habitat like this is developed, and one of the things we're missing these days is sort of general unmanaged scrubland. That's one of the areas that is least valued by humans, but it's one of the most valuable habitats for nature conservation that is being squeezed out. So I think this is something we need to bear in mind. So if the landscaping scheme could incorporate in some way some of the existing habitat that's there, particularly in terms of the rough grassland and some of the scrub, I think it would be a better result for nature conservation rather than turning it into a short sward orchard. The final point is in relation to the flies. Of course, birds eat flies. So if there are lots of swift boxes, and I see that they are included in the houses, swift swallow boxes, then you've got a ready source of food for these birds, which is also quite important. But I'll leave it there. But I would like to know about whether the sequential test included the Hatch Beecham proposed sites, and also just a bit of clarity as to whether Wessex what the situation is with the sewage treatment.
Well, ask Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. So with regards to the sequential test submitted by the applicant included looking at potential sites in Hatch Beecham. That identified only 2 potential sites, this site and a nearby site further down Station Road. This site was considered to be the most appropriate in terms of the principle and in terms of when they were looking at any major constraints to the delivery of that site. So this was identified as being the most deliverable site within Hatch Beecham.
Was the other site down the road included in the neighbourhood plan? Is that included in the neighbourhood of plans a potential site or not?
I don't believe it is. No.
And the package treatment works or the sewage?
Yeah. So with regards to this site, that with this and the previous 2 applications, that has always been the approach to draining the site and dealing with the foul waste. The local lead flood authority have looked at that and have not objected. We've not had specific objections to that from Wessex Water either. So, but it also links into the phosphate management for the site as well, because the package treatment plant will clean up a lot of the phosphate. So that's part of the phosphate calculations.
Okay. Caroline, followed by Lee.
Thank you. I was feeling a bit befuddled today because, yes, we have considered this before, haven't we? And I was casting my mind back. So I looked up again the reason for refusal, and I'm just, it's just very odd. So whenever it was this 2 years ago, 1 year ago, forget. We turned it down on a number of grounds. The first one was because we said that Hatch Beecham is, because it's an open countryside beyond the settlement boundary, it's a village, Hatch Beecham, a very lovely village. But there's a limited range of services. We talked about poor transport connectivity, the inevitable reliance upon the private motor vehicle that would result, and its general unsustainability as a location for significant new residential development. And then we said, as a result, the proposal is contrary to policies SP1, sustainable development locations, and CP6, transport accessibility of the adopted plan. And I seem to remember holding forth a bit on that. And there's various other things there as well. But I'm like, so I don't understand what has changed now that we're not bothered about sticking houses in a field where you can't get anywhere other than if you need a car. I don't understand how we were bothered about that in whenever it was, not too long ago, and now we're not bothered. Is that because we've been told by government not to be not bothered because just stick houses anywhere, or what? I do have a lot of sympathy with one of my day jobs is providing social housing, okay, but in Taunton, somewhere where you can walk everywhere, you can get everywhere you like. You literally wouldn't need a car living where our social housing is. And I'm also very concerned about when local village schools are under threat, because that is not good. Because again, that means people have to be travelling. Small is good, choice is good. So I am worried about that. But what I cannot get over is how, was it 2 years ago? Whenever, I can't remember. This was on principle, we had a major issue of it because it's not a sustainable location to be encouraging new residential development. And now suddenly we're not remotely bothered. So does this literally mean any old field outside village? Please help me with this.
You want to come back on? No, do you want to wait till the end? You know?
Yeah, thanks for those comments. So the key difference here is that we're looking at this with a slightly different policy slant, and the difference being is that the applicant has submitted the sequential test. Whether or not there are any other sites in the nearest minor rural centre, which is North Curry. So the fact that we've ruled out any other sites being in a more sustainable location, so North Curry is considered to be a more sustainable location than Hatch Beecham. So that is why
No, not at the moment, no.
So that is why the applicant has had to look at the potential for alternative sites in North Curry before we essentially give a green light to further affordable housing in Hatch Beecham. So it's a different policy context because we're looking at this as a rural exception site rather than just a standard housing site, which was the basis that we looked at it in 2022, the previous application. Yeah.
Okay, I'm still slightly baffled. But we've heard that there was another site that might be suitable for housing within the village settlement boundary potentially. So there isn't. And we've also heard, I mean, this is annoying because like if your neighbourhood plan, obviously there's loads of work. It's not nailed down yet, it hasn't been adopted, whatever. But part of that, they've been looking precisely at where they can put a bit of extra affordable housing within the village settlement. And plus they want, by the sounds of it, that field to be designated a protected green space. So I'm like, even if the developer was coming forward saying, oh, we're going to fund a bus route, we're going to get over the sustainable location, we're going to do all of this, that's maybe a different matter. It's a rural exception thing, but yet there would be stuff in the village, potentially. So we don't need to build in a field outside the settlement boundary.
Do you want to come back?
So within the sequential test looks at other potential sites in Hatch Beecham. There is only one other potential site in Hatch Beecham that was identified, which was identified as being less suitable than this site in terms of the constraints.
Okay, I'm not going to allow you to keep interrupting. Okay, thank you. Okay, Habib, then Rosemary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like many of my colleagues, I declare an interest. I know some of the speakers, but I can assure you I have not spoken to any of them. I think I recall our officer mentioning that there are 18 families that actually put an interest towards the potential social housing elements. Am I right? My thinking is actually, if you don't build on and around rural areas, our rural areas potentially can become unsustainable. And the fact that I see some elements of this development benefiting from, especially schools benefiting from this development is a big positive for me. So I'm minded to support this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I was really pleased to hear that there were people from the area that were in favour of this, because so many of our villages say, we've got no young people. That when I say to them, well, look, identify a small site, not vast areas, just as we've got here, 4 houses, you know, that would be the 5. Sorry, my counting's. Oh, right, 5 and 4 is 9. Thank you very much. Sorry to display my ignorance at that, like not getting here on time, but there we go. I'm really pleased that a small village would be in favour of this, because that's the only way we're going to sustain our rural settlements. If they just put in a small amount of housing, which we could actually cope with and build on that, that would be very good. So I was really pleased to hear some of the people from the village were in favour. Thank you.
Excellent. Derek.
Thank you. I'm in support. I just want to deal with this point about what happened in the previous application. We're always told, aren't we, that we've got to deal with the application that's in front of us. The curiosity does make you wonder, well, what's changed? The reality is that something has changed, and what's changed is the tilted balance in the 5-year land supply point. However, that having been said, you know, prior to that change, there were situations where applications would come before this committee where it seemed as though the settlement boundary was treated in such a way as to render practical and sensible applications unrealistic. Actually, I happen to think, regardless of tilted lands, tilted balances and all the rest of it, if you just look at where this site is by reference to the services that the village does have, and they may be relatively few, but 200 yards or 300 yards from the village school, albeit I appreciate there won't be pavements along the length of it, 500 yards from the pub. The reality is that lack of transport connectivity is a problem for Hatch Beecham, full stop. So wherever you build in the village, if you're going to build somewhere, you're not going to be able to get a regular bus. You're not going to get a train, for the last 50 years anyway. And you're going to be reliant on the car. And actually, if you look at where this is, there are opposite, there are properties which go further south and away from the village centre in any event. Few I appreciate, but there are some. There's a footpath from the back of the site. I appreciate it might not be a year-round footpath that goes towards the village hall and the park. For me, I just think it works. And it's all very well saying that we want to protect this site as a protected green space, but it's a protected, if it was protected as a green space, it would be protected in private ownership. And unless something changes, I don't anticipate it's going to become publicly accessible as a protected green space, whereas under this proposal, a significant proportion of it is going to be publicly accessible. There's one very small point. I made reference to that footpath, which I see runs sort of diagonally from the western edge of the site, roughly 2/3 of the way down, and then connects to another path towards the village hall. I don't know if there will be, but it'd be very nice. Hall in the park, don't have to go out onto the road and then walk around, otherwise it's inevitable climb over the fence. Anyway, there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat what Councillor Barbara High and Councillor Arias said, because some of the points I wanted to raise, but I'm in agreement with them. One of the things I'd just like to get some information on is the affordable homes in the sense of local connection. Can you hear me? Yeah. For Minehead, we did a local connection, so it had to be within Minehead and Dunster. So will there be a local connection to this village and surrounding villages? I think that will be key. Yes. We don't want people coming from, say, Birmingham down to, getting a house. We want local homes for local people. If you could give us some idea on that point, please.
please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to clarify, the affordable homes would be secured by section 106 and that would have a local connection clause in it. And that is required as per the Affordable Housing SPD. The arrangements will be secured to ensure that initial and subsequent occupancy of the dwellings is restricted first to those having an identified local need in Hatch Beecham. And we are content that there is an evidence local need for affordable housing and the scale of the development is proportionate to that need.
Okay.
Just the second point, my chair. It was mentioned by one of the speakers that that naturally we don't like chemical treatment plants, but obviously they must have signed it off because it wouldn't get agreement. I just have clarity that the treatment plant that is proposed by the developer is acceptable. And also it says in our papers that Wessex Water have no objections to this development. So just want clarity on those 2 points, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that is correct. It's been signed off by Natural England, so that would indicate that they're happy with the details. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, Stephen Pugsley, followed by Ross Hennig, please. Then Dave Plainsworth.
Thank you. I was just.
Ross, I haven't missed you. Stephen was before you.
No,
then
I've been
you,
waving
then
my
Dave
hand as the
Plainsworth.
ward councillor right from the very start. I'm not quite sure how I was missed, but.
Carry on. Go on, carry on.
Much. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff from members of the committee there, trying to make excuses and reasons why we should ignore village settlement limits. I'm sorry. Yes, there are houses which go beyond the village centre on the other side of the road, but it's a settlement limit. Why do we bother to have settlement limits if we choose to ignore them, or try to come up with convoluted arguments as to why we should ignore those settlement limits? It's there. It is beyond the settlement limit. That is actually clear. We've heard as well. They're very pleased to hear the broad support from members of the community, and I'd like to deal with that one as well. Yes, there are people who've come along to speak, and they spoke very eloquently and very passionately, and that's good. And it is good that people come along to speak both for and against. But the majority of the people who took the trouble to make comments on this on the planning website portal, there were 29 local residents who spoke again, who made representations against this application, only 4 in favour. As members of the public have said, and other councillors, Councillor Ellis, they raised their concerns in terms of lack of support for enhanced public transport. This development is totally reliant upon the car. It will increase car use amongst the village. We've already heard that from members of the public. We've heard that from members of the committee. Absolutely. There's nothing in this application to provide an enhanced bus service. It will increase car use. Absolutely. That's totally clear. The phosphate mitigation, some trees were on site. I accept that was not done by the developer or the owners. I completely understand that. The phosphate mitigation for loss of trees on the site or near the site is outside the parish. It's the other side of the A358. Over in Staple Fitzpaine. We've also heard arguments today about it's really good in terms of there is clearly a need for more affordable housing within the village. I accept that. But this plan in front of you today is wholly unambitious. We're talking about 3 affordable houses for rent. Now, we have sort of for low-cost housing. Well, it's never really low-cost housing, is it? We can't move the goalposts on that. But for many, many people, working people, even the prospect of being able to buy into a scheme where they can actually have a low-cost housing, part ownership or something like that, that's beyond them. And they're not big family homes either. We've got 2 two-bed flats and 1 2-bed house. I think that's really wholly ambitious. And as the clerk from Parish Council of Hatch Beecham has said about, do we look at other sites as well? Some of these sites, I'd like some clarity, were they actually looked at, the sites proposed by the neighbourhood plan? I'd like to ask Mr Hicks, the planning officer, did you consider that the possibility, the old Sterling Services site, which is much closer to the centre of the village, was a brownfield site, and we've already heard that's a possibility that maybe somebody may be looking at housing there in the future, whether that was looked at as well. I think look at the planning history as well. Lots of members of this committee may not have been aware of the planning history or on the committee beforehand. It was initially refused in December 2019, this application, this site, for 12 dwellings. It then went to a public appeal Actually, it was very interesting. That was because it's held under COVID restrictions during a full national lockdown. I remember myself and the chair having to sit social distance in the main committee room at Dean House. Very interesting experience. But the planning inspector refused and did not allow the appeal. It then came back in 2023 for 8 dwellings, 4 affordable, and that actually included a public open space landscaping and site for a local shop as well. So you could argue that the site is, the application in front of you is far less ambitious than applications that we've already refused. What I'd like some clarity from Mr. Hicks, and I haven't got it yet, I've sort of heard some words from him, is why is it all of a sudden, with the planning history, long associated planning history with the site, which has been running for over 5 years, it's been refused twice, it has been turned down by a planning inspector at a planning appeal. Why is it now that this site is acceptable in terms of planning terms? I think it's unambitious in terms of low-cost housing for rent. Not enough family homes there. It clearly adds a car use in the village. There is no mitigation in terms of enhanced public transport. The phosphate mitigation is taking place outside the village. I strongly do not support this application as one of the 2 ward counts.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Hicks, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you for those comments. This is a rural exception site. So it is outside settlement limits, but that is accepted in principle with rural exception sites. That's why it's got that classification. This application responds to the inspector's decision for the 2019 application, where they asked for a sequential assessment looking at other potential sites in North Curry. So the applicant has followed what the inspector has asked for. Thirdly, it's a completely different scheme. It's for 9 dwellings. The previous one was for 12. The applicant has worked very hard with council officers, with the council's landscape officers and the council's placemaking specialist to overcome that reason for refusal as well. So those are the key differences from our perspective to the 2019 application.
Stephen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely hesitate to take a view different to that of the division councillors, and of course I respect entirely what they have to say. But speaking from my own experience, representing the most rural division in Somerset, I see community after community struggling to maintain even the basic level of village facilities as their population declines, or at least their active population declines. There are plenty of houses that those who are less off can purchase, but their interest in the community is not always perhaps as vigorous or engaged as some younger people might be in certain elements of what the community has to offer, particularly in terms of education, schooling, goes into significant retreat. As I say, I've seen it again and again, and I am pleased to see that here in Hatch Beecham, as a community, there is an opportunity to be able to build on something positive, addressing all of the concerns that I know have been raised over the last several years about available sites and need. I am very impressed with the planning officer's report, particularly section 11, because so many of the issues that we've been talking about in our discussions this afternoon in section 11 are very much addressed. So page 75, we've got very clear background as to why the proposal now overcomes what the plan said in the past. That is addressed very clearly there. 11.1 deals with the question of the sequential test. 11.2, the proven affordable housing need. And I would emphasize the fact that the dwellings that are proposed will be in line with the assessed proven need. And then 11.5, the affordable housing summary, appropriate for this rural exception site. It is all laid out there before us very clearly. We are a plan-led system, as we've heard so often in this
chamber. And I think in view of what we have before us this afternoon, we should actually we really should embrace the opportunity that this application gives us and accept the officer's recommendation, which has been very carefully, logically put before us this afternoon. If it hasn't been already, I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
You're going to propose it. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, we'll look for a seconder in a minute. We've still got Andrew to speak and Dave Mansell.
Thank you. No, I'm happy to second Stephen's proposal.
Okay,
Thank you.
Done it. Oh, right. Okay, Dave, you're on. Sorry, I was expecting you to say something more.
I was going to say a bit more, but I want to go in for my dinner. No, basically, the planning inspector said basically what you have to do to get it to be acceptable. Obviously, this rule, the developers looked at that, worked with the officers. We would, if we turn this down, we'd be at an appeal and we'd lose it, and it costs the council a lot of money. It may be rural, but it's surrounded by, even just our little plan here, to count it up, there's 50 properties around it. So it's not as if it's isolation out in the open countryside. And to be honest, most places people do need a car. So you can't rely on public transport. You never will do. I'm lucky I live in Taunton, I can walk to everywhere. But obviously in a village, you are going to need a car. So you're never going to get rid of that. But so I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And can I remind just the point has been made, Riley, this went to appeal, would be potentially allowed, but it could be. But I'd just like to remind members that the original application in December 19 was recommended for approval and was rejected by the committee and then turned down by the inspector.
That's true. You never know what an inspector is going to do. As we have found on more than one occasion over the years. David.
Thank you, Chair. It's a small development. I've heard strong comments, good points from Ross, and I will say from Stephen and from others on the committee. Just briefly, sort of how I'm sort of seeing it, and I'll try and be quick. There are concerns, transport connectivity, the odour and the flies. It did worry to some extent. Will mentioned one possible mitigation, but nevertheless, I will say I still feel some concerns. But looking at it overall, my understanding is, as an exception site, this is how the affordable housing, it is what makes it affordable outside the settlement boundary. And clearly this is a big plus. We've got 3 houses which will be at social rent and 2 others which will be discounted on the market. So these are pluses, and small communities do need new residents, and we've heard that and made good points on that. There's other benefits for the community which have been mentioned as well. For these reasons, I have to say I am inclined to support it. One final point, if I may, I check, as people will note, the sort of energy and environmental aspects, and was pleased to see that it said there can be electric vehicle charging points. Could I just request that be changed to a will, which I believe is meant to be the situation? And I think we've addressed this before by including it in informative, just to make sure the applicants were. If we could do that, I'd be even happier as well.
We can put that in as an informative. Mr. Lehner, do you want to speak? There will be electrical charging points. Okay. We've had the developers confirm that there will be electrical charging points. Okay. So that was by the applicant. Okay. I don't think I've missed against it, but I'm sure somebody will tell me if I have. No, I haven't missed one. Good. Okay. Well, we've had a good debate on this one. It's been proposed by Stephen and supported by Andrew Sully. Can I see those in favour of the application as registered? Thank you. And okay, thank you. Those against? Okay. Okay. That one has passed. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, okay. So,
If we can drop the Tarpon ride onto the next agenda, because
yeah,
I think we've probably got time for one more item.
one, but not two. We could do two, if we could.
We could.
Pick what Karen raised?
Yeah,
45
yeah.
minutes. Yeah, okay, right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, item 7 on our agenda, we're going to start getting pressed for time now, so we need to crack on. We need to be out of the room in 45 minutes. So we need to crack on. Okay, I don't want to not finish the agenda. Okay, so we need to crack on. Councillors, if you will, please. Application number 7. This VSP 21/22/001. Okay, we've still got a number of items on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. We do need to press on. We only have 45 minutes. So, Councillor Henley, would you return to your seat, please? Councillor. Well, okay, good. I'm glad you can hear me. Okay, stand by your seat. Stand by your seat. Okay, who am I missing? Barbara High and Sully.
I want to go very, very quick.
Where's? Okay, they won't be able to vote on this item when they come back because they've missed the start. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. I'll whiz through this very, very quickly.
Good.
This is an application to vary a Section 106 agreement to an outline permission granted on appeal in 2014. It granted outline for up to 71 dwellings in Minehead. The Section 106 agreement secured 3 obligations. These were a community facilities contribution, provision and management of open space, and 35% affordable housing. This application before you is to vary that agreement to remove the community facilities contribution in its entirety based on the applicant's case that the scheme is not viable. The community's facilities contribution required the developer to pay £5,000 per dwelling for the first 35 dwellings before the development commenced, and then to pay a further £5,000 per dwelling for the remaining dwellings once they got to start building the 35th house. The Section 106 agreement also requires that the money is spent for community facilities within the parishes of Minehead and Dunster. Now, the application was supported by a viability assessment, and the planning authority has had this independently reviewed by the district valuer. The district valuer has confirmed that the total sum that would have been payable at the time this application was submitted would have been £491,592. And this is based on a final scheme of 69 dwellings being built. The district valuer concludes that if the developer provided the 35% affordable housings, which equates to 25 dwellings, and the contribution in full, that the scheme is clearly not viable. However, the valuer has considered that with a contribution of 175,614, along with providing the 25 affordable homes, the scheme will in fact remain viable. Officers are still satisfied that this Section 106 obligation for a financial contribution for community facilities remains necessary, and therefore we do not support the application as was submitted to remove it in its entirety. We are therefore going with the recommendation of the district valuer that the Section 106 agreement is varied, but that a financial contribution of 175,614 is still required, and that authority is delegated to officers that we agree the timescale for the payment of that. I'll just quickly flick on. You can just see this is the location of the site. It's on the southern outskirts of Minehead. Just an aerial shot there. It shows the site well under construction, and in fact, it's nearly to completion. Just an example there of the type of housing, all approved. This is the access of Hotcot Road. And another one from the street scene, and then that's the remainder of the site frontage. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first public speaker on this is Craig Palmer. Craig, good afternoon, welcome, and please sit at the desk. Push the right-hand button when the light comes on. You start speaking. Your 3 minutes start then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Minehead Town Council as the Chair of the Council and the Mayor of Minehead. And the Town Council objects strongly to this application. The developer first started work on the site in 2020. It could not at that point have known that there were issues and difficulties with the site, and at that time should have made their first Section 106 payment. The fact they didn't, and the local planning authority have failed to enforce that payment, is not the fault of the local community. Therefore, the local community should not suffer. The independent valuer's report shows that despite all the concerns of the developer and the apparent dire financial consequences of completing the development, the developer made the decision to continue. The projected profit for the developer, as stated by the independent valuer, is still around £2.5 million. So it wouldn't really make much of a difference to them if the application was refused and the developer has to pay what they had agreed to and signed for. After all, if a developer realised that they were going to make more profit than they originally expected, would that mean we would now be discussing an increase in their contribution? In the officer's report, paragraph 11.9 mentions the alternative of transporting spoil from the site to Watchet being cheaper than going to a landfill site. However, paragraphs 11.10 and 11.11 compare the Watchet option versus the aborted plan to deposit on nearby farmland, but it doesn't compare the cost taking to landfill nor the savings made in the Watchet site by the same developer by not having to import topsoil from elsewhere. Paragraphs 11.13 and 11.14 both show that the Planning Inspectorate feel that a contribution to community facilities is necessary. With these points in mind, and as the application being discussed today was made originally for replacing the contribution to community facilities and provide 35% affordable housing with an offer to create 100% affordable housing with no contribution, the officer's recommendation materially alters the application. So the application should be refused and the contribution payment enforced. Finally, if the committee is inclined to approve, it should be noted the developer failed to pay the first sum and has failed to pay this legally enforceable amount ever since. If RPI is added, then this would now total nearly £269,000. Allowing the developer to pay anything less would be allowing the developer profit to be viewed as preferable to adhering to any contract signed. The recommendation from the officer includes that authority be delegated to officers to agree the deadline for payment. Very close. Judging by the failure to enforce the payment before now, I would suggest the deadline for payment should be whenever the first site sale is made, and if that has already happened, then immediately paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. And we have a statement, I believe, from Councillor Mimi Palmer, which I believe you're going to read. Joe.
Thank you, Jay. In the interest of fairness, I'm going to give myself 3 minutes to read this statement. It's quite lengthy, so I'll get through as much of it as I can.
Okay.
Dear committee, contrary to the committee report, there were 4 letters of opposition to this application, 2 emails and 2 on the applicant's public comments page, including mine. It's concerning the comments made directly on the portal might not be noted. The lack of comment on this application is undoubtedly the direct result of poor sighting of the planning notice, directly outside the site in a near inaccessible location without a public footpath on the A39. The authority must consider the accessibility, visibility and legibility of site notices. In 2020, the hedging fronting the public highway was grubbed out. At this point, the developer was unaware of the challenges the land might possess. However, as per the 106 agreement, the developer chose to pay the branch of the legally binding 106 agreement. Questions asked at the time showed they had not. In May 2022, Somerset West and Taunton were informed that groundwork and the construction had begun on the site, yet no enforcement action was taken and the site continued to operate. It was not until late 2022 that the application before you today was filed. The site continues to operate. The application before you, both in its original iteration and with the most recent changes, is in the form of a carrot and a stick threat, which, using the data contained in the statement prepared by Turner Moram, has no financial logic. The original 106 variation application proposed 71 dwellings at 100% affordable, with a sale value of approximately £12 million. The revised application proposes 69 dwellings with 35% affordable, the remainder to be open market with a total sale value of approximately £16.7 million. This implies that to avoid honouring the original Section 106 agreement at the time, approximately £350,000, the developer would have been willing to diminish their sale value by about £4 million. Turner Moram's letter of August 2023 is a literacy of palming excuses from the developer's lack of forethought and planning. The community should not suffer because of a developer's profit will be diminished. This is the developer's sole responsibility for having performed all necessary land suitability surveys either prior to purchasing the land or before commencing building upon it. These are all errors in judgment and should not impact on the existing legally agreed Section 106 contribution to a local community. Further, the cost of removal of soil, which will no doubt have saved purchasing soil for the paper mill site in Watchet, is wholly immaterial to this application. Indeed, there is no mention of the removal of soil in the original application. In the era of the continued devolution by Somerset Council, the Section 106 contributions will become increasingly necessary to enable a cash-strapped city, town and parish council to continue providing much-needed new improvised facilities for their communities.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Okay, but I think the crux of this is whether or not we think that there should be a continuing payment for this item. And I think we could, were we so minded, amend the recommendation to show that that would be paid and when it would be paid, when it be required to be paid. Mr. Hadley, I know you have, yeah. Okay, did you want to speak on this? You do, right. Okay, if you bear with me a moment, I'll let you speak in just a moment, okay? No, I'm not going to go on, but I'm trying to get through the last 2 items on the agenda as well. So, if we establish that that we feel as a committee that this should be paid, this sum of money, we can specify a timescale under which it might be paid, or a trigger to create that payment. We might like to think about that, and then I'm going to let Councillor Hadley speak, and then you, Rosemary. All right. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I'll say my piece and then I will leave so that you can deliberate. When this application came to committee in 2014, it was clear to me with local interest, with local knowledge, that the applicant would not be the developer. I stated at the time that having agreed all the S106 conditions from the council, any future developer should not be able to come back and alter the Section 106 agreement at a later date. Any developer should do what any well-run business should do and assess the transaction before them, before a strict due diligence exercise, in this case to include a full assessment of the geology of the land and building of contingencies required to overcome any unforeseen but easily predicted challenges this land may have uncovered. This land has been left undeveloped for over 10 years. I can only speculate that this is due to the difficulties in developing the land and should have been a warning to any developer to ensure that his business case was accurate before entering into any agreement to buy it. If you can't achieve your profit margins, don't buy it. If viability was thought to be an issue, then these issues should have been resolved, negotiating the sale price of the land with the freeholder, and not to the detriment of the town and its residents, which simply becomes a matter of developer greed. This committee hears too many applications similar to this, and it seems to set a precedent for developers to buy development land and then push their overspends or lack of due diligence onto the taxpayer. This has to stop, and I cannot agree to this application, and I strongly object. Should the committee consider approving this application, and I hope they don't, then I would like them to take a note of a couple of things and please act on them. The district valuer stated that a sum of £175,614 would make this site viable. This should be the minimum accepted by this committee. The officer's recommendation should be amended to reflect the district valuer's decision. The officer's recommendation should be amended to reflect the district valuer's decision. The recommendation's last sentence, authority to be delegated to officers to agree a deadline for payment, should be removed, and the district valuer's conclusion should be added, which states, and I quote, as per the original wording of the obligation, as dictated in the S106 agreement, Schedule 1, Community Facilities Contribution. Also, Schedule 2 of the agreement should be enforced, stating that no more than 50% of the open market houses shall be occupied before 75% of the affordable units have been completed, and no more than 75 of the open market houses to be occupied before 100% of the affordable houses have been completed. Having the developer already ignored the original Section 106 agreement, this would have the effect of this contribution now being payable before further development takes place and Minehead receives some badly needed affordable housing, which was the overriding intention of placing this land into the local plan and not to make developers rich. Condition 11 also states interest on late payments, and this should be monitored and adhered to very closely.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Adrian.
Yes, I certainly don't feel that the contribution of the community should be taken down, because that's what the builders agreed to. They didn't actually think the thing through, as I see it, but that's what builders have to do. They must make sure they're going to make a profit if they can, and then build what is suitable for the area. And I would doubt that there was a picture of the development they've put up, but I would say it's not exactly in keeping with the part of the division that they've built in. And I could have told them before they built anything that it was going to be a difficult site, because I used to play on that site when I was young. All right, so I know how steep it is, but it's not the steepness that's done it. It's not thinking about what they were going to do or what they were taking out, how they were going to level the site and where the spoil was going. And that has actually affected my own division. And they would say, that's brilliant, because they've dumped it in Watchet. But that meant our roads had those vans going up and down it for quite a long time, and it had to be monitored what they put on that site. Planning a park, I don't think where they put the soil is going to do what it's meant to do. But I said that at the time the planning was given.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to prolong this, so I'm going to echo everything that Councillor Woods and Councillor Hadley have said. Clearly, there should have been due diligence to check out the site. What I must say is it's really refreshing to have the appraisal, the viability assessment included with the papers, because normally they're regarded as confidential, and actually there's a lot of information in here if you dig into it. So taken by the point that developers' profit should normally sit between 15 and 20%. Certainly the recommendation from the DV will give them that kind of profit. Actually, if you pay the full sum, I don't think it would make too much of a dent in it, frankly. But I'd be interested to hear what everybody else has said. But basically, if you don't do your due diligence and run into unexpected costs, then it's your problem, not the taxpayers, isn't it? Or the community, rather.
Okay. Eric? I share the sense of frustration and injustice, and I'm sure that people represent the local area feel it far more keenly than me in reality. The fact that the developers didn't get their numbers right, and then rather than, sucking it up, as it were, from within their profits, they come back to us saying it's no longer viable, is deeply frustrating. Of course it is, but viability challenges are not something that planning departments of another country are unfamiliar with. There is process and procedure in relation to them. And as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, the reality is that if we don't approve this, then it'll be considered elsewhere, and the viability challenge may extend to the full amount. Nobody likes where we are, but is there realistically actually an alternative to passing this? That's what I'm asking of our officers.
Okay. Well,
unless the officers tell me that there is some, which they're not, I'm sure, that there is some way around this, then I with reluctance, I will propose it.
right. Okay. Okay. It's proposed by Derek and seconded by Ross. So.
Can I just ask what the arrangements for appeal would be? Would they be in the normal way, going through the planning inspectorate, who would consider all the evidence in front of them, which is the same as ours?
They would be, yes, and it'd be on a cold hard look at the viability figures, and they'd give a lot of weight to independent advice from the district valuers and any updated information which might go in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't come back, I'm afraid, Craig. Well, yes. It's always at a moment in time, isn't it?
I think that's where Gary mentioned updated information.
Absolutely. That's covered
between the lines.
Updated information. Okay, we've got a suggestion that we accept the recommendation as proposed. Well,
Councillor Hadley did make some points which I didn't immediately pick up on if we were minded to approve the recommendation in terms of some wording, taking things out. I can't remember what they were.
We wanted to take out the last sentence from the district valuers on deliverability.
Do we want to discuss that?
We want to discuss it? I don't think we need. I don't think we need to. I think it's just this. I think we do. David. Hang on. One at a time. The trigger is there. That's the key, isn't it? The trigger is there.
Yeah, if I could just say, I mean, the original triggers were half the money before the development commenced and half the money when they were halfway through. Those triggers have gone. So there's a legal process post this committee meeting where we would have to go to legal to get the deed of variation. Hence, we don't know how long that will take, which is why we left it for officers to have the ability, and perhaps we could do within a certain time scope the deed of variation being completed.
Yes. Can we? What is a sensible period of time for the deed of variation?
months.
Yeah,
maybe?
3 months, would that be?
So I'm going to add to that a recommendation. It's a 3 months deadline for the deed of variation to be agreed and signed. Okay. Andrew.
Just want clarity, what would the trigger point be for them to pay though?
Well,
Will that be the deed, with the deed of variation, is that the trigger?
Yeah.
Like, pay now, is that right?
I think it's
No, 3 months. Yeah, 3 months from when we do a deed of variation to the 106 agreement to put revised wording in, and then we would have 3 months from when that was completed to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. David.
Thank you. That sounds okay to me, addressing that. I did just think another point that Councillor Headley had raised in connection with whether the site owner, I think he said, whether they should really be taking a hit on this. Now, whether that's possible or not, but when he mentioned it, I had a certain amount of sympathy. Could we have a response to whether that's possible?
Unfortunately, we can't go backwards in terms of what transaction might have happened. This is a request by the current developer. They're the ones on the hook, so to speak. They're the ones that we could deal with.
Okay, so we've had that suggested and seconded. Can I see those in favour of that, please? Sorry, who? Councillor Sully and Habib Farber, you can't vote. You left the room during the.
We're back in time.
Work back in time. You work back in time. Those against? Okay, that's passed.
Josh.
Right, Josh.
So if you can start the last item now, you have to have finished by 6:40 because we've had 2 comfort breaks. So if you feel you can do that, carry on. If not,
Okay, well, I believe we can if we keep the questions short and to the point. Mr. Clifford, whenever you're ready, sir. Mr. Clifford is our presenting officer. Thank you, Karen. Okay. Yeah. Please, Gareth. Thank you. Okay, this is item 8 on our agenda, which is the Pixie Lawn, Blagden Hill development. Is application number 30/23/0031. And our presenting officer is Gareth Clifford. Gareth, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is the erection of a single dwelling at Pixie Lawn, Blagden Hill. So you can see
Mr. Tech, Pixie's on the lawn, I'm not sure. Or you agree to drop the public. I'd like to get this one done.
yes, I think we're okay. Right, apologies for that. Yeah, single dwelling to the rear of Pixie Lawn, Blagden Hill. So it's a 2-bedroom detached property within the settlement limits. The height of the dwelling has been reduced during the consultation and negotiations on site. It utilises an existing garage constructed for the property as part of the outline scheme. Got turning and access provided as previously agreed, and the principle of the dwelling outline was again agreed a few years ago now. So that's the site within the village. So you've got Howley Lane off to the western side of that site. That's an aerial view of the plot, and there is an additional dwelling bungalow that's been built the rear, which shows up in the detailed layout, but wasn't showing on that aerial. That's the existing, and that's the proposed dwelling with the bungalow to the east shown. That was approved previously by members. And this is a cross section through the existing, showing the road to the left hand side and the new bungalow to the right. And that's with the new dwelling designed into the garden of the host property. So 2-bedroomed property set on the boundary. The elevation to the rear is the one that faces the neighbour to the north. And those windows on that boundary would be of skew glaze, and the roof lights are at a height that you wouldn't see out of. That's a previous approved scheme for the site, which shows 2 dwellings, and you can see they're in a much closer proximity to the boundary and cover a greater area. That's the elevation of those. So that's the application site, the access between existing Pixie Lawn and Matthews farmhouse to the right, which is listed. That's the visibility looking towards Taunton, and that's looking at it towards Blagden Hill. It's the access looking back towards Pixie Lawn and the main road, with the garage to serve the property on the right. So that's the proposed access into the site. And there you can see the roof of the new bungalow that was approved a couple of years ago now. Again, panning round, the dwelling would effectively go in that space. So it'll partly overlap where that existing garage belongs to the neighbour and project then to the right. So in that space there. That's panning around the garden. That's a view looking forward back towards the main road running through the village. A couple of shots from the footpath to the east, which is not actually in the national landscape. You can just about pick out the roof of the new bungalow there, and the site will effectively be within that space set back. But the closer you move up, then you wouldn't actually see it from that position. A couple of shots through the village, so you've got the view there up towards Howley Lane to the right. The property on the right there is listed, so that's a view from Howley Lane. So effectively, we'll be going behind the 2 trees there. So it meets the need for new housing. It's an adequate size for the plot. It meets the amenity space requirements of D12 as well as D10. There's adequate parking and turning on site compliance with policy A1, and it does not harm the historic environment or the views from surrounding area. And new tree planting is proposed as part of the scheme. So it's an infill dwelling within the settlement limits. It was agreed in principle a number of years ago under the outline permission, which also addressed the access proposed. The scale, design and materials are in keeping. There'll be no highway objections to it. Not considered to adversely impact the character and appearance of the area, and not to harmfully impact on nearby listed buildings. Clearly will be an impact on the property to the north, but that impact is not considered to be so adverse to warrant a refusal, particularly given previous permissions that have been granted on the site. No adverse impact on the integrity of the Ramsar site, and the mitigation is proposed to be controlled through conditions as Natural England have agreed the mitigation scheme. So in summary, the proposal is considered an acceptable one within the settlement limit, meets the policy requirements, and it's recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you. We have two public speakers on this, and then the councillor and the agent. First is Daniel Jennings, please. Mr. Jennings. Comes to the microphone, you push the right-hand button, the red light goes on, your 3 minutes start when you begin to speak, sir.
Good afternoon. My partner and I live at Greencrest, a chalet-style bungalow to the north of the proposed property. We object to this application on the grounds of it being unneighbourly due to the height of the building, overall mass and close proximity to our boundary, which will have a detrimental impact on our enjoyment and use of our property. There's considerable planning history on Pixie Lawn, Shangri-La, but at the time we moved in 2023, all permissions had lapsed. We purchased property with the intention of putting solar panels on the garage, as our neighbours in New Bungalow have done, and making full use of the historically very productive fruit and vegetable garden. Solar panels and a lean-to greenhouse to fit onto the garage have been purchased, but have had to be put on hold for the past 14 months as an acceptance of this application and the overshadowing that would result would make this unviable. The new application 3023-0031 presented in December 2023 on the small back garden of Pixie Lawn is for a two-storey building, just 88 centimetres from our southern boundary. This is unreasonably close, and there is no landscaping to minimise the impact. The proposed building is located on the highest level of ground on site and has a finished ground floor level of 108 centimetres with a calculated ridge height of 7.2 metres, running a full length of 14.2 metres. This is a very large building for such a small site, and because it is so close to our boundary, will cause major overshadowing. The boundary fence is currently 1.2 metres, not the 1.8 metres stated in the plans. Our chalet bungalow is on lower ground level to the proposed dwelling, so the building will be highly visible from our kitchen and lounge windows and have a detrimental impact on our enjoyment, use and productivity of our property and amenity. The applicant has commented that historical application 3014-0026 approval was given for two properties of 2,400 square feet. I'm sure the committee will be aware that prior application 3014-0008 was refused on the grounds of dominating size, scale and design, resulting in incongruous addition to the street scene and the close proximity to Greencrest. This was followed by application 3014-0026, where permission was granted after the dwelling near Greencrest was moved further west in the plot, thereby lowering the ground level. It was angled away from the boundary fence to 3 metres, and the roof height was lowered on the section near Greencrest. This application has ignored all of these past concerns. The properties within 100 metres of the plot along the main road and Howley Lane comprise largely of traditional rendered and tiled stone and slate buildings, with a high proportion of bungalows of varying sizes and designs, many of which are dormer or chalet style. The application for a 2 to 3 bedroom property on a small back garden plot, a south-facing chalet-style bungalow would require less footprint, have a lower roof height, and could be moved away from our northern boundary. This would remove many of the detrimental issues affecting the immediate neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. The next speaker is Heather Jennings, please. You've just turned it off. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of Sellex Green, Blagden Hill, and have lived in the area for over 30 years. Greencrest is about 300 yards from our property and visible from our driveway. I drive past Pixie Lawn most days and can also see the properties from the Pitminster and Anglesey playing field, where I regularly walk with the dog. So I know this site well. I am sure that I'm speaking on behalf of many other local residents, including those that have submitted the objections, in saying that we feel the proposed dwelling is far too big for the plot of land, being crammed between 4 other properties. It is located at the rear of the plot at the highest ground level and on the northeastern boundary. The ridge height, there are several quotes in the application. One is 6.5, another is 6.7, although it does appear to be higher. There is no landscaping on the western side, meaning the applicant is relying on the height of current trees in Pixie Lawn, over which he will have no control to provide any form of screening from the new dwelling. It is much higher than the bungalows on the north and eastern boundaries, and therefore will be visible from local footpaths and the main road. This is not in keeping with the character and street scene of our village. This property will be of benefit to the applicant, but certainly not to the village. When permission was being sought for a property on land to the eastern side of this plot, 30230013, it was granted on condition that it was a single-storey dwelling. Surely the same planning principle should be applied to this application. Blagden is a rural linear village, and unlike larger urban commuter towns, there is a greater expectation that properties will have reasonable amenities. This development is so large that it deprives Pixie Lawn and the new dwelling of any acceptable amenity space. The size of accommodation for each dwelling makes the level of parking / turning areas very questionable. Concerns have been raised regarding the collection of waste recycling and the danger this poses to road users and pedestrians. If the bins are not being placed in the visibility splay but dragged 25 metres by refuse collectors, a parked refuse lorry on a blind bend and junction will create a traffic hazard. I would urge the committee to refuse consent on the basis that a lower and smaller designed property on this land, if there must be one, would be more appropriate and not adversely affect the amenity of neighbouring properties. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Wakefield, please. Sharon.
As councillors know, I'm one of the 2 Somerset councillors who represent this parish, and I live about half a mile away from this site in the neighbouring village of Pitminster. My home is not impacted in any way by this proposed dwelling. I would first like to remind members of this committee that an application came before them in December 2023 for the large bungalow which has now been built behind the dwelling known as Pixie Lawn, which fronts the main road. During the committee consideration, the question of the narrow single vehicle width access from the 3 properties which now use it onto the main road on a bend and almost opposite a turning was discussed at length. In that case, the highways officer had given a detailed report and a personal opinion that the access could just about take use by a 3rd dwelling. That application was passed by committee by 1 vote, I recall, as it was clear that an inspector might have differed in their personal view of the safety of the access to the 3 dwellings. I recall that the applicant today objected to that application on just those grounds. Overuse of the access. The applicant is now applying for a further dwelling to use the same narrow access, meaning a total of 4 will use it with at least 8 vehicles between them. This will undoubtedly mean vehicles waiting in the main road to enter the access or waiting in the access to exit it. In both cases, the visibility is difficult due to the bend in the road and the speed at which some vehicles drive, albeit within a 30-mile limit. I'm at a loss to understand how permitting an extra property for which there will be at least 2 vehicles can possibly be considered safe or sensible. This intensification of use of this driveway access, of which the actual ownership is not known, is risky and dangerous and should not be permitted. The bold statement made in paragraph 1031 that there is no reason why the access lane could not be used for another dwelling is simply incredible and incorrect. The applicant has stated that the principle of development of a second property on the site was established when the 2 former small cottages were merged into one. With the greatest of respect, I do not understand how this can be the case. Any application that was granted in the past has now lapsed. In any event, the possibility of further development using the narrow access has been superseded by the large bungalow now built on the field behind. As regards overdevelopment, my objection is to the small size of this plot and the fact that almost all of it will be built upon. Proposed dwelling is 2-storey, is overbearing and out of scale with the plot itself. It will stand higher than Pixie Lawn as the ground rises behind it and will tower over and above the adjacent property known as Greencrest, which you could see from the picture that was shown of the street scene. So I think it's oversized for the plot. Waste collection is not dealt with acceptably in paragraph 10.9 of the officer's report. There will be at least 4 black bins, 3 weekly, and weekly 8 recycling boxes and 4 blue bags. They cannot obstruct the visibility display or be placed at the narrow entrance to the access track. If left for collection by each property and dragged as is suggested, they are bound to block the narrow access for stop cars going in and out properly. I would invite members of the committee to consider the safety of the narrow access, the overlarge size of the dwelling on 2 floors, the unsafe arrangements for collection of refuse and recycling. And this is not infill, but it's squeezing in.
Very much. The last speaker on this is Mr. Simon Caniford, please. Mr. Caniford. When you're settled, if you push the right-hand button, sir, the light will come on. Your 3 minutes start when you begin speaking.
Hello, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Simon Caniford. I am the applicant for the proposed new dwelling to the rear of Pixie Lawn. I hopefully all of you have read the return committee report response of the 11th of February 2025, which answers all of those previous questions. In 2017, I purchased the 2 derelict cottages known as Pixie Lawn and Shangri-La. Yes, they both had full planning permission to demolish them totally and to construct 2 large 4-bedroom detached properties on the same site in the place of. This approval did obviously establish the principle of development and which the parish did not object to in 2014 or lapse approval of 2018. In 2018, over 2 years, I built the current property fronting the road, including the improvements to the visibility display, which are there now, and the width of the access together with the construction of the purpose oak frame garage to the rear. In approval 3018-0018. I did believe that this was significant commencement, but however, I'm wrong, which I agreed to. In terms of objections received, I think Mr. Gareth Clifford has addressed all of those. In terms of some of the objections, I wish to comment as follows. The existing access has always served 4 properties, the 3 houses plus the farmer's field. This is now changed to a newly built bungalow to the rear. They transferred agricultural access to give the new bungalow access. Agricultural access would be more use than what domestic access would be with tractors and animals and the like. The old access has been widened and has visibility improvement. And the width of that lane is actually the same width as half a highway. Under approval 3018-0018. Concerns regarding that access on or any other application has been granted by yourselves. I have spoken with the police and there have been no reportable accidents on this corner and junction in excess of over 25 years. I've also been onto the portal, into the council where recorded accidents are recorded. And again, excuse me, there are no reportable accidents. Yes, of course, it can be dangerous if one doesn't follow the highway code. Sorry.
Okay. Colleagues. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Saying the need to be brief. I have to say, when I looked on the planning portal today and saw the elevations of this place, I thought, my God, that's massive. And having looked at the plot, I think it's a very big house in a very small space. And I think one of the objectors mentioned the fact there's 88 centimetres between the rear wall and the boundary fence, which makes me wonder how long actually they're going to build it, let alone maintain it after it's been built. So, and I've always had a rooted objection to houses being squeezed into small spaces. But on the other hand, when they're there, they do tend to blend in. So I'm quite interested to hear what everybody else has said. I mean, my gut feeling is this is too big for the plot, but I would like to hear what colleagues got to say.
Josh.
I'm one of the other ward councillor for that area, and I know what the parish councillor said. They've objected over to overlooking loss of privacy and overbearing. It's very tight on that area there, and it just seems to me to be a rather large sort of proposed development on that side.
I just want a bit of clarification. One of the previous applications was refused because it was overbearing and too close to the boundary. They then come back with another application that was granted because they moved it further away from the boundary and reduced the overbearing. And now they seem to have given up on that and moved it back so that it's overbearing and too close to the boundary again. Is that the case? And if that's the case, why is it now more acceptable than it was the first time it was refused?
Yeah, I can answer that. The plot that we're talking about effectively isn't the application site. It's the land to the rear, which was outside the settlement limit. And it was the impact of a dwelling there that was effectively refused, then resubmitted, not on the application site.
Isn't there sort of like a minimum distance between properties? Because like Will said, if you've only got I think it was 88 centimetres, you've got, in order to dig a trench for the foundations, you've got to have a big vehicle. So now if there's a building in the way or wall, I can't see how you could dig foundations to even put the building there. That makes sense. Okay. The plan, Chair, just to.
Guys, we've got a plan you can put up on the screen. Yeah. Page 183.
See the size of them against the others. Half the size.
You would be able to dig that.
Could I please just say one thing that's very important? It's one. The size of the property and the size of the plot, that's obtained by Greenslade Taylor Hunt. They were employed before we put the application in to come up with a satisfactory size. It is 1,690 square feet.
Okay. Yeah, please do.
To me, to cut to the chase, I think the one concern I've got, I'm not saying it's determinative, is the overlooking. To 2 points on that. Is there something that we've got there which gives us a true perspective as to the extent of the overlook into the property of the north? I can see from there that actually from the house itself, it is of some distance, even if the proximity to the boundary is relatively small. And can we confirm that the previously approved 2 dwellings was similarly close to the boundary as this one is?
The bottom left-hand picture there is the elevation that faces the northern boundary. All of those windows are actually going to be obscure glaze, so there is no overlooking from those
Obscured glazing, yeah.
from those windows. And that is the approved layout of the 2. So although they were significantly bigger, they would have been slightly further away from the boundary than the current scheme is shown. Although having said that, they cover a much greater extent of the boundary than the current application does.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, got that. Okay. This is lower than that would have been. Yeah.
This is lower than that would have been, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No one's come up with a reason for refusal, so I'm happy to put forward that we accept the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Great, you have a seconder for that? Seconder to accept? Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been proposed by Andy Shelley and seconded by Harry Faberhai. Can I see those in favour of accepting the officer's recommendations, please? Seven, and those against? Three against. So that's gone through 7-3. That has been approved. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry it's been a bit tight towards the end of the day, but we've had a busy day. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to have to defer the last item, which is the park and ride, because we've run out of time.
Oh, second.
Yeah, I think it's just happened. I've just done that.